Hello. I don't know why I always come up small. Hello. Happy Saturday. Hi, Green Eyed. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you guys are having a great weekend. Um, we are gonna catch up with David and Celeste Rivas Hernandez case, and then we're gonna go into Lindsay Clancy. Um, let me see who's here. I didn't go live yesterday, so I was busy with my family, but we'll get caught up this weekend for sure. Let me see. Debbie needs a kidney, green-eyed. Hello, hello. Hey, Velvet. Hey, Courtney. Good to see everyone. Hi, Lintonero. We're gonna be going through David's preliminary hearing day one. I was actually able to get these from Zavgirl the first day at least. So shout out to her. I'm gonna try to get the rest of the days, but they are expensive. And I don't know if anyone's willing to share, but we'll see how today goes. And then yeah, I would say let's go into the remainder of the preliminary hearing. But I'm also going to be starting on Kenzie, so we'll see what happens. But this is day one. So David allegedly unalived Celeste Rivas Hernandez. If you know, you know. For the people is Beth Silverman, and for David is Blair Burke. Blair Burke, Regina Peter is what it says next to for the defendant. So Silverman is for the people and Burke is for David. Let me pull up the document. I'm just kind of going through the witnesses. Police. I can't remember the first day, but they're all called by the state, the prosecution. So they're going to talk about photographs, posters, DVD, money, the money he makes. And this was on July 21st, 2026. So we're starting from day one. I have done recaps on each day on the playlist. So definitely thank you, Edith, for being a member for 7 months. I appreciate you. So definitely check out the playlist if you haven't already. The David hearing, oh sorry, I have to sneeze. Yeah, the David hearing is a tough one. But let me know what you guys think as we go through this. David Anthony Burke present with counsel. Okay. Let's get started. It's pretty long, so I might have to do hey blessed lawyer or blessed as always. Sorry, I read that wrong. Thank you for the silver star. If I have to do a part two, I will do a part two, but we are covering, like I said, Lindsay Clancy. I'm a little behind, so I'm trying to get caught up. I'll find a way. Hey Kayla. Hey Ramon. So let's get started. I'll put chat up on the screen. Okay, so the court says we are on the record. Okay. Can all counsel make their appearance? Miss Burke says, yes, I am here on behalf of David Burke. The court says, all right, good morning, Mr. Burke. The defendant says, good morning, Your Honor. The court says, and for the people is Beth Silverman. And also at counsel table, who do we have? Okay, Silverman says, this is Detective Josh Byers, Your Honor, one of the investigation officers on this case. Detective Farrell had a meeting this morning, but will be here this afternoon. Judge says, all right, how do you spell his last name? The court says, all right, thank you. I will designate him investigating officer for purposes of our preliminary hearing, along with your other investigating officer when he gets here. Your Honor, can we confirm there are no other witnesses in the courtroom? The court says we will get to your motion in just a minute. Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few housekeeping things. I think I already took a waiver for a continuous preliminary hearing. Burke says, yes, you did, Your Honor. The court says, okay, good, all right. Then, Mr. Burke, I do want you to understand, I advise everyone in front of me, this, whether we're starting a preliminary hearing or a trial. that pursuant to penal code, once we start your preliminary hearing, your absence after the hearing has commenced and your physical presence shall not prevent the hearing from going forward, including holding you to answer or discharging the defendant in any of the following classes. Okay, we'll skip through that. Oh, it says at this particular stage, because the people have not made a decision on the death penalty, right now the case still moves forward as a death penalty until the time which the DA will make a determination on punishment, which is usually not made preliminary hearing, pre-preliminary hearing. I think David will take a plea deal. Oh, by the way, tune in on Monday morning really early. Courtney Clenny has her plea deal hearing, and we're going to be covering probably some Courtney Clenny tomorrow, but that is happening on Monday, so we're definitely going to be watching that. That's awesome. I was catching. Oh yeah, Laura Owens. Yeah, I was going to do Laura Owens today, but I really need to get caught up on Lindsay Clancy. I'm a little behind, but I don't care. I'll get caught up. I want to make sure I follow that whole entire case or trial. She says, so the judge says, so this may not apply later on. I don't know what the DA's decision will be, but I want to give you the admonishment nonetheless, if for some reason you choose to voluntarily absent yourself. And I think I indicated that if you decide you want to take a later bus, you decide you want to stay back for a shower, those are all considered voluntary absenting of yourself or refusing to come to court. That may result in you giving up certain constitutional rights if you choose to voluntarily absent yourself, meaning like if you're not present and we're continuing forward, that you could be giving up your right to be present when witnesses are confronted and cross-examined. Obviously, your lawyers are here and will continue to present your constitutional rights. But I need you to understand, if you choose to voluntarily absent yourself against their advice, I'm sure they would not advise you to do that, that you may be giving up constitutional rights. Okay, so she's just making that clear. Defendant says, she says, do you understand? Wait, was it a guy or girl? It's a dude, right? Oh no, I'm thinking Tyler Robinson. Olmedo is the name. Charlene F. Olmedo. Yes, the blonde. Okay. I was getting confused with Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk. Hey Laura, good to see you. She says, do you understand that? Defendant David says, yes, Your Honor. With that said, I'll skip all of those things. Let's actually read this. This might be interesting. She says, do you understand that? He says, yes. She says, okay. With that said, we have to deal with the shackling motion and also exclusion of witnesses other than the two investigating officers that Ms. Silverman has put on record. Ms. Silverman, are there any other prospective witnesses present in the courtroom? She says, I don't believe so. Are there any witnesses here on this case? Anybody that's testified at grand jury? The court says, all right, so Ms. Silverman has made an inquiry. Nobody responded. And I assume, Ms. Silverman, you're also making the same request and asking to exclude any potential witnesses that may be witnesses at trial. Silverman says, correct. Thank you, Your Honor. The court says, any potential defense witness present. Sorry, I have to sneeze. Okay, I'm all better now. Hey, HCB, good to see you. Mr. Bednarski says, Your Honor, only with respect to the people's request to have two investigating officers present, we would ask that it be one. We understand that both are on the witness list, and obviously you know the reason for the witness exclusion is to not influence testimony. The court says not influence testimony. Ms. Bednarski says, thank you. Okay, so they will allow the two designating officers. In the penal code as it relates to preliminary hearings, Silverman says, I would note for the record, Your Honor, that the court has allowed counsel to have 3 attorneys on this case. There is just me over here. The court says, okay. Silverman says, one more thing, Your Honor. I wanted to point point out, I maybe this makes a difference to the court, but the family is here. The parents are here, and I would ask that they be allowed to remain under Marcy's law since they are not testifying at this hearing. And obviously, they have no knowledge relevant to the actual charges other than that their daughter went missing on a particular date. The judge says, so generally how I handle this at preliminary hearing, I'm not sure the defense has made a request to do that. But generally speaking, especially in cases of this seriousness and nature, the court generally does allow family members of either a victim in this case pursuant to Marcy's law, as well as the defense family members to remain in the courtroom to the extent they may provide trial testimony if they are not, and I should say if they are not recipient or material witnesses. If they're peripheral witnesses to peripheral facts, either side, if they do testify at trial, can bring out that they were present at the preliminary hearing and heard witness testimony. I'm not going to limit that questioning, but obviously both families have a vested interest with regard to being present for the proceedings. Defense says, do you wish to be heard with regard to that? Ms. Burke says, no, Your Honor. No objection. The court says, all right. Also for the people, I said if there's any member from the defense family present who is not a percipient witness, maybe a witness to some collateral matter for the trial, the court will extend them the same consideration. Otherwise, both sides are ready for the preliminary hearing. Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Silverman says, yes, I am. The court says, okay, we have a shackling motion that the defense has filed. Let me pull that up. This was filed July 10th. The court is prepared to hear that before actually starting the preliminary hearing. Ms. Burke, would you like to be handling that matter or Ms. Bednarski? Ms. Burke says, yes, Your Honor. The judge says, all right, you may go. Blair Burke says, thank you, Your Honor. Since the date of David's Burke arrest on April 16, he has on multiple occasions appeared before Your Honor. This young man, I think, Your Honor, has had an opportunity to observe, has conducted himself at all times in a respectful, quiet, appropriate manner before the court. There is no indication or record of any disciplinary or disruptive or unruly behavior by David in court or out of court, which would support any manifest need for shackles. Shackles are by definition undignified and unnecessary under Penal Code Section 688, where David is presumed to be innocent as he sits before Your Honor. And 688 makes clear he should not be subject to any more restraint than necessary. I think California Supreme Court in Duran as to shackling at trial, and then in People versus Fierro, specifically as to the preliminary hearing, made clear that shackling is impermissible absent some specifics showing of necessity. And to our knowledge, Your Honor, there is a complete absence of any record or showing as to any need or even or on a lower standard for preliminary hearing than at trial of any manifest need to have David shackled. And on that, we would submit. The court says, all right, thank you, Ms. Burke. All right, with regard to the case law that the court found in People versus Fierro, a 1991 case at 1 Cal 4th. I'm sorry, what is the noise? Oh, it is, the bailiff says hearing device. Someone had a hearing device. Okay. At 1 Cal 4th, 173 held that defendants cannot be shackled at a preliminary hearing absent a showing of some need. However, a lesser showing than that required at trial is appropriate, and that's at page 220. So Fierro superseded the Court of Appeal and Opinion in People versus Solomon, which held that the defendant had the same right to an individualized showing of need at a preliminary hearing as in a jury trial. The latest case from the United States Supreme Court on the issue reinforced that finding no individualized showing of need is required, and that's Deck versus Mississippi, a 2005 case which held that the right to be from shackling absent an individualized showing of need is based on a right to due process in the 5th and 14th Amendments. But Deck also found that the constitutional rule had reason in common law, and it further stated that the Blackstone and other English authorities recognized that the rule did not apply at the time of arraignment or like proceedings before the judge, and that was meant to protect defendants appearing at trial before a jury. I don't know why they give a shit so much about him being shackled. Hey, Nurse Mel. I think he is the claims out there against him allegedly, right? Do we even have to still say allegedly? But I still will for YouTube purposes. allegedly are brutal enough. So shackles or not, David, what you did or allegedly you did is brutal. This may turn into a complex case. I think the defense may claim he could not solely perform the claim actions on the young girl. I agree. Needs a kidney. She says, wait. In Tiffany A. versus Superior Court, a 2007 case, the court held that juveniles cannot be shackled in any court proceedings without an individualized showing of need. However, that was distinguishable from the present situation because preliminary hearings involve adults, as Tiffany A. itself recognized, and that the objectives of the juvenile justice system differ greatly from those of the adult criminal justice system. And in the United States versus Howard, a Ninth Circuit case in 2007, the Ninth Circuit held shackling adult defendants without an individualized showing of need in non-jury proceedings did not violate the Constitution, and that no individualized showing was necessary to shackle defendants at federal pretrial proceedings, including evidentiary detention hearings, because the policy at issue concerns only proceedings conducted without the presence of a jury. So then they say in Deshaun, a 2007 case, the court held while there are dangers of unwarranted shackling at the preliminary hearing that are real, they are not substantial as those presented during the trial. Thus, a lesser showing than that required at trial is appropriate. And in People versus Miller, a 2009 case, it is not the fact that the defendant is a prison inmate that makes shackling look prejudicial. Rather, it is the juror's visual, psychological, and emotional response to seeing a defendant so physically restrained and differentiated from everyone else. Oh, brother. And the natural tendency to wonder whether the defendant is a violent and dangerous person and to worry about their safety. That is of concern as far as potential prejudice, and that does not exist at the preliminary hearing. So with that said, the request to unshackle Mr. Burke completely or entirely is denied. What the court will do is he's currently in handcuffs, is to have his handcuffs removed so his hands are free and he has a waist chain, which he was brought in on. The sheriffs are directed to attach the waist chain to the chair. But otherwise, if his hands are free so that he can assist in his defense, have his free use of hands to take notes, pass notes to counsel, take a sip of water if he needs to or wants to, so his hands will be free. Ms. Burke says, Your Honor, may I just briefly for the record? The court says, as I always say, I'm not a party to the proceeding, so arguing with me is not a remedy that the court affords the parties. If you're going to say something different than what you already said, you may. But usually when I ask if counsel submits, then you submit and you can seek whatever other review you wish of my rulings. But I am not going to argue with counsel. Burke says, this is David's attorney, no, Your Honor, I wouldn't seek to argue with the court. The judge says, if you want to put something else on the record that you did not raise, you may do so. Burke says, just because the court raised Tiffany A. v. Superior Court, I think California cases have made clear that while a lowering showing is acceptable and sufficient, that doesn't mean no showing. And we just wanted to reinforce with the court that there may have been absolutely no showing that there is any manifest need or any good cause or cause of any kind to shackle him. Thank you. The court says, all right, thank you. Just so it's clear with regard to the procedures in this court, the thing that the waist chain to the chair will do is just to ensure that Mr. Burke stays in his seat, which would be required from an appropriate courtroom protocol. He is in custody. He would not be able to get up from his chair or have any free access to roam around the courtroom if any way whatsoever. And otherwise, other than that, his hands are free and he can have full use of his hands. Ms. Burke says, thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate Your Honor's ruling. The court says, okay, with that said, moving on to our preliminary hearing. Counsel, does your client waive reading of the complaint, further statement of constitutional rights? Ms. Burke says, yes, Your Honor. The court says, all right, the court has already granted the motions to exclude both sides absent the two designated investigating officers and the family members for both sides. If it becomes an issue, you would like and you would like the court to put on the record which family members are present for future trial use, just let me know and you can write out a list and we'll make sure that gets on the record if you want that preserved somehow. People, call your first witness. Ms. Silverman says, yes. Before we do that, Your Honor, I also had a conversation with your clerk this morning. I believe I've indicated before, I always pre-mark everything because I like everything to be entirely organized. So all of our exhibits are pre-marked. Although I understand your clerk does not like pre-marked, so I will just call them out in random numbers without pre-marking them. But they will be numbered accordingly to what we've done. And there is already a preliminary hearing exhibit list for the clerk. And on top of that, there are two CDs, one that contains business records that we will be referring to that the defense has. And on a separate CD, as your clerk prefers, is a body worn video that we're going to be playing this morning. And that is approximately 10 and a half minutes in length. So that's the video when they went in to tell David that she had been missing and he finds out she's a minor. I think that was April. Miss Bednarski says, Your Honor, is it possible for us to get a copy of the exhibit list with which we do not have? Miss Silverman says, sure. The court says, yes, we'll make sure you get that. Miss Lewis, do you have a copy of the exhibit list? The assistant says, no, I do not. Miss Silverman says, I did hand it to you. The assistant says, you handed me the witness list. Miss Silverman says, I did not hand you the court says, it's okay. When we take a short recess, we'll get a copy of the exhibit list. And also, if you need the witness list, we'll get it and make sure all of us have it. Miss Silverman says, right. The court says, okay, you can go ahead. Silverman says, I can make another one if you want a third copy for the court and if you want to keep track also. The court says, I would like that, but if Silverman says, great. The court says, I'm happy to do that as well, and we can do that as well if you're in here in the courtroom and you don't want to run to your office. Silverman says, great. The court says, okay. Silverman says, so we'll just put them in individually instead of a whole stack to you, but we will have the exhibit list up front and we'll wait as the CDs are marked so those can go in order that your clerk prefers. Judge says, okay. The assistant says, thank you. Silverman says, sure. The court says, thank you. You can call your first witness. Ms. Bednarski says, Your Honor, can the clerk provide us a copy of the witness list as well, which we also don't have? The clerk says yes. Silverman says, I sent a copy of that to counsel twice. Ms. Bednarski says, we got some names, but we don't have a formal list. Silverman says, no, I did. The court says, that's fine. That's a technicality that we don't need to have debated on the record. We'll just make sure all sides have it, okay? So is your first witness... Silverman says, yes, the people's first witness, Your Honor, is going to be Senior Deputy Juan Gonzalez. The court says, all right. Silverman says, counsel, all you need to do is ask if you need another copy. The assistant says, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state, okay, yeah, so the oath. The witness says, I do, ma'am. Judicial assistant says, thank you. Go ahead and have a seat for me, please, on the stand. Pull the mic closer, okay. And for the record, state your first and last name. The witness says Deputy Juan Gonzalez. First name, Juan. Last name, Gonzalez. The court says, thank you. You may begin. Silverman says, I'm being told it's not connecting to the machine, and that's going on. The court says, it could be our system. If we need to call our tech person, let me know. The clerk says he's on standby. The court says yes. So he gets sworn in. Direct examination by Silverman. Question, sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed? Wait, who is he? What did I say? He's an investigator? Okay. I'm sure he was going to repeat it anyways. Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed? Oh, he's a deputy sheriff. He says, I'm a deputy sheriff with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and I am currently assigned to West Hollywood Station, where I've been for the past 8 years. Question, how many years have you been employed as a deputy sheriff? He says 14. I want to direct your attention back a couple of years ago to February 17th of 2024. Did you respond that evening to a request from Riverside Sheriff's Department to conduct a welfare check at the home of an individual by the name of David Burke? The sheriff says, I did, ma'am. And was that at the location of 804 North Doheny Drive in West Hollywood? He says it was. Question, and approximately what time did you go out to that location? Sheriff says, I don't recollect the exact time, but if I remember from my memory, it was nighttime hours. At approximately 7 p.m., or does that refresh your recollection, or do you need to look at your reports? Sheriff says, that refreshes my recollection, ma'am. Question, and did you go out alone or or were you with a partner that evening? The sheriff says, I was not by myself. Deputy Thomas went with me. She was not assigned to my car. She had her own unit. I think she was my assist that day. Question, so you went out there together? The sheriff says, yes, ma'am. You met there? He says, yes. She says, and what was your purpose that night along with Deputy Thomas? The sheriff says to simply check the residence to see if a minor female was there by the name of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and I was supposed to speak with a gentleman that was residing at that residence. So this is one of the times when she was reported missing. Hey, Justice Jane. I'm riveted by this because it's so weird. It's very creepy. He says, I was supposed to speak with a gentleman residing at that residence. Question, and where did you get the information about this particular minor's name and age? The sheriff says, I believe from when I initially called the handling detective, Detective Rivas. Silverman says, and Detective Rivas, was he a sheriff's detective or is he Riverside County Sheriff? The sheriff said he's a Riverside County Sheriff's. Okay, and were you also informed that the individual at this home was at 804 North Doheny Drive was informed that you would be coming to do such a check? The sheriff says yes. Oh, it's Miss Burke. Sorry, that's who's questioning him. Miss Burke says no, it's Silverman questioning him. Miss Burke is objecting. Burke is David's lawyer. Burke says objecting, leading. The court says I'll allow it as foundational. The witness says, yes, ma'am. I believe Detective Rivas has advised me over the phone that the gentleman who was residing at the residence knew that I was coming. Well, was Celeste there and just hiding, or where was she? Silverman says, did he give you a name for that individual? The sheriff says, I believe it was David Burke. Silverman says, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to mark again, as I indicated, that they're going to be out of order. People's Exhibit number 2, which is titled Studio House in West Hollywood. And this particular exhibit has 2 photographs of the exterior of the home. The judge says it'll so be marked for identification purposes. People's Exhibit 2 is photographs, and they get marked for identification. Silverman says, thank you. Silverman then says, showing you Exhibit 2, and I understand these were taken during daylight hours, but do you recognize this particular location? The sheriff says, yes, ma'am, that looks like the residence that I went to that evening. Silverman says, okay, on the evening of February 17th, 2024, correct? The sheriff says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, and Your Honor, I have another exhibit. This would be People's Exhibit 3, please. Again, same title, 2 photographs. These are aerial photographs. The court says, so marked for identification. Silverman says, thank you. Showing you Exhibit 3, is this the location of the residence as we see here in West Hollywood? And on the photograph in the right, is it outlined in red? He says, yes, ma'am. I remember when I first entered the location. It was through that driveway. Silverman says, okay, and when you got to the front door of the residence, did somebody answer the door? The sheriff says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, and who was that? The sheriff says, Mr. David Burke. Silverman says, and do you see him here in court? He says, I do, ma'am. Can you identify him for us by either describing where he is seated or what is he wearing or point to him in some manner? The sheriff says, the young man with the LA County orange jumpsuit. The judge says, indicating Mr. Burke for the record. Silverman says, thank you. And was there anybody else that came to the door with him at that time? The sheriff says, no, just him by himself. Silverman says, and did you find any other individuals in the home? He says, no, ma'am. Silverman says, did you go into the home? He says, yes. Silverman says, did you have a conversation with him about this minor that you were looking for, this missing person by the name of Celeste Rivas Hernandez? The sheriff says, I did, ma'am. Silverman says, and what was defendant's response? The sheriff says, I think we initially asked him, is Celeste there? He stated no. We proceeded to ask him, when was the last time you spoke to her? And I believe he stated February 13th. And then I asked again, and then I asked, when was the last time you actually saw her? At which point he told me, I believe November 12th. Ooh. Silverman says, the year before, 2023. The sheriff says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, and did he also provide you some information regarding the missing person? The sheriff says, I think I asked him, how did you meet her? And he said he met her through Facebook or Instagram and through an online chatting group by the name of Discord. There it is. Who gave Riverside the Addy and came of person? Oh, a name of person Celeste was with. I think possibly her family. I know. Poor Celeste. They couldn't even recognize her face because of decomposition by the time she was found, or by the time they did the medical exam. Very brutal. Silverman says, okay, did he tell you when that was? The sheriff says, I believe he stated 2020, 2021. Silverman says, okay, did he act like he was very familiar with this individual, that they had some sort of a close relationship, or the opposite of that? Blair Burke says, objection, calls for speculation. The court says, you can describe what his demeanor was or what he said. The sheriff says, he basically said he just met her through online chat, met one time in person, and from my conversation with him briefly, I took it as he really didn't know her. Silverman says, did he provide a phone number for her? The sheriff says, he did, ma'am. Silverman says, and do you recall that phone number? He says, I don't know it by memory. Silverman says, okay, did he also show you some photographs on his phone? The sheriff says, he did, ma'am. Silverman says, and what were the photographs depicting? The sheriff says, I believe the first photograph he showed me was of the young lady in like a school picture. Silverman says, a school photograph. The sheriff says, yes, ma'am. The court says, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Miss Silverman. I just want to make sure I have the dates correct. You were talking about Mr. Burke last speaking to Celeste on February 13th of 2024 and last seeing her in 2023. Is that correct? Because I'm showing the offense date in the complaint as April 23rd of 2025. So I just want to make sure I'm correct in my time frame. Silverman says, yes. So I believe the deputy testified, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that he only met her once, and that was November of 2023. The court says, okay. Silverman says, but he last spoke with her, according to the defendant, on February 13th of 2024. Ooh, David's a damn liar. The court says, okay. Silverman says, and met her through an Instagram chat or Facebook, and then through an online platform, Discord. Either, the deputy said, 2020 or 2021. Is that correct? The court says, is that correct? The sheriff says sounds correct. The court says, okay. Silverman says, thank you, Your Honor. The court says, you may continue. So 2020. So Celeste was about to be 14, if I'm not mistaken. Or she turned 14, but she was already dead. R.I.P. Celeste. So like 10, 11. The court says, okay. Silverman says, thank you, Your Honor. The court says, you may continue. Silverman says, and the photograph that he showed you, you said a school photograph, would that be like a yearbook photograph? The sheriff says, I believe so, ma'am. Silverman says, well, did it appear to be a photograph that had other children around her photo with names to the left? He says, that's correct. Hi, abuelita. Her school pics breaks my heart. That's the one where she's wearing the little Batman sweater, right? Let me pull up the picture. I think they're referring to this one, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't covered it in a few weeks. So sad. She looks like a young ass girl. A child. Very brutal. She's so young. I know. It's really sad, Green Eye. It's disgusting. And I don't mean to be like a Debbie Downer, but like that can honestly happen with anyone and any kids who are online and TikTok. I do want to talk about the Perez situation later tonight, so maybe we'll do that after Lindsay. Just like how toxic online really is. It's disturbing. Yeah, it is, Debbie. Silverman says, and did he also show you another photograph? The sheriff says, I believe towards the end of my conversation, he showed me another photograph of like an Instagram post of her missing poster flyer. I don't know if it was like a police bolo or if it was just like an Instagram post of a missing child. Missing child, David. How do you think that's actually helping you? Young ass is right. Oh my God, this mother. He's disgusting. I get very angry and hostile and aggressive when it comes to crimes against children. I'm sorry. You might not like me for this, so I'll touch up my lip gloss while I say it. But yeah, anyone who hurts children, in my book, should get the DP. I'm sorry. I know that's like brutal, and that doesn't necessarily mean I wish death on everyone, but I think if you commit a multiple crime against children or a crime against children multiple times, then I think you deserve the death penalty. Sorry. Children are angels, they're innocent, and it really fucks with their psychology and their mental health when crimes against them happen. And I can't get behind that, respectfully. It's actually disgusting. Like, pick on someone your own size if you're going to pick on anyone. Not a child. Rape, assault, all of it. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Anyways, moving on. R.I.P. Celeste. Missing child. Silverman says, got it. Thank you. The court says, you said a missing child flyer? The witness says, yes, ma'am. The court says, okay. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. This one is marked as Exhibit 4. If it could be so marked, and it's titled Screenshot of Defendant Showing Victim's Yearbook Photo to Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, February 17th of 2024, and there is 2 photographs on this exhibit. The court says, so marked. Silverman says, thank you. Showing you exhibit number 4, is this the way the defendant looked when you went to his house on the evening of February 17th of 2024? The sheriff says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, and looking at the photograph on the right, does this appear to be a close-up of the yearbook or school photo that he showed you of the individual he indicated he met once? The sheriff says, yes. And then to lie on top of anything, it's like, oh, brother. Hi, Christine. Yeah, justice for Celeste. Anything goes, all the things. Yes, children and animals. Yeah, no. Like, I'm ready to fist fight someone if I am witnessing a children or animal be harmed. So please bail me out of jail. But anyways, moving on. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. If it could be marked People's Exhibit 55, and it is titled Missing Persons Poster shown by defendant on February 17th, 2024. And it has one photograph on the page. The court says, okay, it's so marked. Silverman says, thank you. Showing you Exhibit 55, does this appear to be the photograph or the missing posters that you described that the defendant showed you he had on his phone? The sheriff says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, did you tell the defendant while you were at his home at 804 North Doheny that the missing person in this case was in fact 13 years old? Why keep a pic that you saw? Why keep her yearbook picture? You big old pedo. You know what I'm saying? He made himself sus AF. I can't stand this D4VD, whatever the his name is. I'm tired. I get tired of calling him by that stupid ass stage name, respectfully. I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone who uses that nickname also, but I hope no one does. But um call him for his name, for who the true monster that he is. You know what I'm saying? The sheriff says, yes, I did. Silverman says, at some point, did you and your partner that evening, Deputy Thomas, search for signs of this missing girl? He says, yes, ma'am, both of us did. Silverman says, and was that with the defendant's consent? The sheriff says, yes. Silverman says, and did you find anything there that would perhaps be specific to a young girl? The sheriff says, I tried to do a thorough search for her, tried to look for anything that pertained to a female, such as makeup, hygiene products. I didn't see anything. The only thing I remember was seen was some Hello Kitty stuff. Hello? Well, I love Hello Kitty and I'm an adult, but that should be a red flag. What was his end going to be? That he could get rid of his problem and do what he did and just continue living his life. Yeah, I know. I'm working on the other lives regarding the case, not the transcripts, where we're going through things because I have been like we've been dissecting all his music and stuff. There's a David playlist, but go check it out. I think it's important to revisit some of those things now after this preliminary hearing. The David name means death in Jesus. Yeah, I know. What's his name? A Tommy. He thought he was a Tommy. His second character or personality was a Tommy. It's Cruz. They don't use a number 4. Hmm, interesting. So he saw some Hello Kitty stuff. That kind of stuck out for me. But I remember when speaking with him, he said this is like an artist home, not his home, that a lot of people are in and out of. Wow, David. Really? Like your manager and your bodyguard or security guard that knows something? Yeah. And Neo, where you at? Neo's been awfully quiet, if anything, right? That Asia girl's the one that's been talking more. I have a live coming up about her. Is that her name? Asia? He knew they were coming, giving him a heads up. Yeah, exactly, Keela. Giving him time to hide things or possibly hide Celeste. Like, did he look in the trunk of the car at the time? Like, is there an attic? It's a big house. It's a nice house. Somewhat of a fancy neighborhood. Wasn't he paying like $15,000 a month or some shit like that? Anyways, let's move on. Silverman says, so you didn't see any makeup? You didn't see any hygiene products? The sheriff says, no, ma'am. Silverman says, and you didn't find Celeste at this location? The sheriff says, no. Silverman says, did you speak with any of the sheriffs from Riverside County Sheriff's Department while you were at the defendant's studio, house, or residence? He says, yes, ma'am. While I was still inside the residence, I went ahead and called Detective Rivas and told him of the information that I had and that we had searched the place. I want to see body cam of that search. Huh? I want to see the body cam of the incident they're talking about when they go to his house, but I want to see the actual search too. Like, I wanna look and see how closely, not that I'm calling the officers out or anything, I'm not trying to be mean. Neo's lawyer told him to be quiet. Mhm. It would be interesting to watch all of that. Question, says Silverman, "Okay, how did the defendant tell you who he was?" The sheriff says, "I'm sorry, ma'am, could you ask me one more time?" Silverman says, "Sure. Did the defendant tell you who he was or what he did for a living?" The sheriff says, "Oh, Mr. David Burke? I know at some point he stated he was an artist." Silverman says, "Did he tell you what kind of artist?" The sheriff says, "Like an indie pop type of artist, singer." Silverman says, "Did you recognize him?" The sheriff says, "No, ma'am. I have never seen him nor heard any of his music before." Or heard his name? Question mark. He says no. Silverman says, "Did you or your partner that night, Deputy Thomas, although you came separately to the residence, did you each have body worn video on?" He says, "Yes, ma'am." Interesting. So there is video. Silverman says, "Okay, did you take any photographs while you were at the defendant's temporary residence?" The sheriff says, "Yes, ma'am. I believe I took a photograph of his ID in the photographs he showed me of Miss Celeste." I don't get it. Okay, like, David had photographs of Celeste, so you're still committing a crime because she's underage. Like, I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, she wasn't there, fine, we get it. But she was still underage, and they're still at your house. Silverman says, "Your Honor, I have a DVD that contains body worn video from this deputy. It is cut down at the beginning and at the end of the area outside of the residence, and it depicts the event that took place on February 17th of 2024. She says, "May I have it marked as Exhibit 5A?" Okay, the court says, "Yes." Silverman says, "And I am placing Los Angeles Sheriff's Department BWV for body worn video on the actual DVD and indicating that it's been redacted." It is approximately, Your Honor, 10 and a half minutes in length. I also have a transcript. May that be marked, please, as People's 5B. Okay. Silverman says, "And it is 9 pages in length, and I've sent a copy to counsel. And if I could provide the court a copy of the transcript and the clerk, and your clerk, the DVD." The court says, "Thank you." Silverman says, "And Your Honor, there would be a stipulation on behalf of the people that if the court wants to entertain that your reporter does not have to transcribe the contents of the video." The court says, "All right, so stipulated." Miss Peter says, "So stipulated." So then they start playing the video. Silverman says, "Deputy, in reviewing the body worn video, does the video appear to be accurate in terms of the observations you made, the conversations that you had on that evening of February 17th of 2024 with the defendant?" The deputy says, "Yes, ma'am." Silverman says, "Okay, and did the transcript also appear to be accurate?" He says, "Yes, ma'am." Silverman says, "Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor." The court says, "All right, cross-examination." Miss Peter says, "Thank you, Your Honor." Wait, Miss Peter? Um, so I think that's the one I said at the beginning. Yeah, Regina Peter for the defendant. I just wanted to catch the first name. Regina Peter. Miss Peter says, "Deputy, having watched the body worn video, there was at one point where you actually told Mr. Burke that Celeste Rivas was 13 years old. Was there?" The deputy says, "I believe we spoke about that. He stated she believed that he told him that she was 18. But then I guess somebody had told him, whoever that was, that she was actually 13. And at some point I asked him, 'Does she look 13?' And he said no. Okay, well, you're blind, respectfully, because she looks like a young girl. And two, um, I know that's been like a debate on whether Celeste lied to him or not. Even if she did, s- she's not the adult here. So to me, that still falls all on David. Hey MK, good to see you. Molly, watching on my TV and had to jump into chat every time you say another person's name. My entire family just looks at me. My name is Keela. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm sorry. I want to say Kayla. Is it Kayla or Keela? Yeah, his drill rapper CD, first thing he made it online talking about drugging her and date raping, and he thought about raping oh, Keela. Oh, okay, that's a pretty name. Thanks for being here, Keela. So let's continue. The deputy says, "Does she look 13?" And he said no. Peter says, "When you went to the house that night, did you know one?" So this is for the defense. That night, did you know one way or another whether Celeste Rivas Hernandez was underage? The deputy says, "I believe I did after speaking to the detective first, ma'am." Peter says, "And when you were with Miss Burke at his residence, I think your words to him were, 'I guess she's 13, right?'" The deputy says, "It's if that's what I said on the video." Peter says, "You described Mr. Burke as overall being cooperative with the reason you were at the house, correct?" The deputy says, "Yes, very cooperative." Peter says, "There was actually one point where Mr. Burke was trying to volunteer information to you, and you actually stopped him from talking, right?" The deputy says, "Yes, ma'am." Peter says, "And you told him we're not investigating anything, right?" The deputy said, "As far as myself and the LA County Sheriff's Department, we didn't have a case against him. I didn't know. As far as I knew, I was delegated a task, which was to look for a missing girl. I don't know what kind of case the detective from Riverside County Sheriff's Department had. So I was delegated a task, and that was what my task was." Peter says, "When you spoke with Mr. Burke, he gave you Celeste Vivas Hernandez's full name, provided that information to you." The deputy says, "Yes, ma'am." Peter says, "He also provided you with her last phone number, digit by digit." He says, "Yes, ma'am." Peter says, "He also indicated to you he had previously spoken with a Riverside officer, correct?" The deputy said, "Yes." Did we know that there was a prior incident? There's so many cases I can't keep up. I have to like look at my notes. Hey, meow. David also made a song called Bleed Out Like the Look. Yeah, we have covered that, I think, here before. Um, so there was a previous incident. The deputy says yes. Burke says, and he volunteered that he wanted to recap to you everything he had previously told the Riverside officer. The deputy says, from that statement where he was beginning to talk, it sounded like he wanted to tell me what he told Riverside detective. But again, I didn't know what kind of case Riverside was dealing with or what they were investigating. So that's why I said, I'm only here to look for her, and that's it. Peter says, on one of those statements that Mr. Burke made, he on his own said, quote, "She told me she was 18, right?" The deputy said yes. Again, I could believe that Celeste would tell him that she was 18 because it's like, young kids playing online or getting involved online. But again, also, at some point, I'm sure he realized that that was not true. So you're still the adult. 13 is still young, still a child. So to me, in my eyes, David is still a monster. Sorry. Um, Deputy says yes. Peter says, and when you asked Mr. Burke for photographs, he showed you multiple photographs, as we saw in the body worn video, right? He says, yes, ma'am. Peter says, and at one point you actually asked him, does she look 13? The deputy says, yes, I did ask him that. Peter says, and is that because when you were looking at the photo, the image depicted somebody who didn't appear to be 13 years or years old? He says, I wouldn't be able to tell you why I asked him that, but I know at the moment, I knew at the moment something that I asked. I don't know why. Miss Peter says, nothing further, Your Honor. The court says, all right, redirect. Silverman says, yes. Okay, so this is Silverman. The word cooperative means that the person is forthcoming, right? The deputy says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, and therefore telling the truth, right? Thank you. Miss Peter says, objection, argumentative. The judge says, I will allow it, but I will not allow from either side. Either this proceeding or at trial, if we get to that stage, is that one witness cannot give an opinion as to the veracity of another witness. So I will allow Ms. Silverman to explore what cooperative means to the witness, but giving an opinion as to whether or not Mr. Burke was truthful, the court will not allow. Silverman says, do you use the term cooperative in the assumption that someone is telling the truth? The deputy says, I'm a police officer, so my job is to make my own opinion based on facts. I believe he was telling me the truth. Well, deputy police officer, sir, you should know that people lie and are deceptive as well. So I don't know what you're getting at here. Silverman says, okay. He says, based on his demeanor. Silverman says, hence why, based on his demeanor, you said? Deputy says, yes. Silverman says, hence why he seemed very casual, talking with food in his mouth, talking about beer in the fridge, having a party, things of that nature. Miss Peter says, objection, counsel is testifying. The court says, overruled, I'll allow it. The deputy says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, and so you assumed he was being truthful with you. And therefore you said, yes, I believe he was being very cooperative, right? The deputy says, yes. Silverman says, did he tell you that he had been having a sexual relationship with this underage girl for several months? Miss Peters says, objection, relevance, argumentative. The court says, well, it's clearly relevant, but at this point, it assumes facts, not in evidence. So you can ask him why he believed he was cooperative. The tape speaks for itself as to what was said and what wasn't said. Silverman says, did he ever mention to you that he had been having a sexual relationship with her? Miss Peters says, objection. The evidence speaks for itself. The video assumes facts, not in evidence. The court says, sustained. You may move on. Silverman says, okay. Did the defendant ever tell you that he assisted the victim in the plan to run away? That he picked her up from her home in Lake Elsinore? Miss Peters says, same objection. Silverman says, to come to his home. The court says, sustained. At this point, it assumes facts, not in evidence. This trial ain't gonna have cameras. I would assume it would, right? It would be televised unless I thought, from my understanding, I thought it was only federal cases that, like Diddy, that didn't get televised. But with him dating a minor and having sex with her, raping her, grooming her, and traveling, I don't know if that counted for something, but I hope we get to see everything. Silverman says, all right, I have nothing further. The court says, all right, anything further? Miss Peters says nothing further. The court says, "You may step down, sir. You may call your next witness." Silverman says, "Yes, people call Detective Josh Byers." So it says the court says, "All right, you may begin." Silverman says, "Thank you." Joshua Byers, called on behalf of the people as a witness, was sworn and testified. Silverman says, Detective, can you tell us what your occupation and assignment is, please?" The detective says, "Yes, I'm a police detective for the Los Angeles Police Department, and I'm currently assigned to the Robbery Homicide Division." Silverman, Silverman says, "And how many years have you been assigned to Robbery and Homicide Division?" Detective says, "I've been at Robbery and Homicide for about 12 and a sworn police officer for just over 26. Silverman says, "And what section of Robbery Homicide are you assigned to?" He says, "I'm assigned to the Homicide Special Section." Silverman says, "And what do you do in the Homicide Special Section of Robbery Homicide Division?" He says, "At Robbery," I have to sneeze. He says, "At Robbery Homicide Division, Homicidal Special Section, we are responsible for investigating the murder of police officers, crimes against police officers, any multiple over 3 homicides in one incident, any what would be considered a high profile homicide, or really any case that is designated as such by our chief." Silverman says, "So complex homicides and high profile homicides?" He says, "Yes, ma'am." Silverman says, "And do you work with a partner?" He says, "I do." Silverman says, "Who's your partner?" He says, My partner is Detective Corey Farrell. That's Farell." Silverman says, "And for how many years have you and Detective Farrell been working together?" He says, "On and off, we've been partners for probably 8 years, maybe longer, 8 to 10 years, I would say." Silverman says, "I want to direct your attention to September 8th of 2025. Were you called out to a police tow yard at 1015 Mansfield Avenue? What is the Hollywood tow yard?" He says, "Yes." Silverman says, "And what was the reason you were called out there?" He says, "We were called out at death, what was initially a death investigation, meaning a body was found in the trunk, the front trunk of a vehicle at the Hollywood Tow impound lot." Silverman says, "And what is the front trunk on a Tesla called?" Detective says, "I've been told it's called a frunk." Silverman says, "And when you went out to that location, did you speak with various detectives from LAPD who initially responded?" The detective says, "Yes, our West Bureau homicide section was initially called by Hollywood Division detectives who initially responded. So I spoke with the West Bureau homicide detectives." Silverman says, "So when you went to this location, what was it that you were expecting to find?" The detective says, "A body in a trunk." That was there was not a lot of information that was passed initially. So my information was gathered as I arrived on the scene. Silverman says, "And once you arrived on the scene, were you briefed by some of these detectives?" He says, "Yes." Silverman says, "And were you also told, did you learn that this particular vehicle, this Tesla, had been impounded at some point by the Department of Transportation?" He says, "Yes. I came to find that the vehicle was impounded. It was cited by Department of Transportation on September 3rd and impounded on the 5th to the impound lot of Hollywood Tow." Silverman says, "And was there also some documentation on the windshield of that vehicle that you subsequently observed that also confirmed that date?" The detective says, "Yes, there was a parking citation by DOT that was on the driver's side windshield." I've been saying this since we started covering this because she was so badly decomposed. I don't understand how the person who ticketed the vehicle in that neighborhood didn't smell, I'm sorry to sound so brutal, but a decomposing body in the trunk while it's hot AF. Because I'm from California and right about this time, it's August 8th, it's pretty hot. And she was there for who knows how long. I just checked up about the cameras and it's at the judge's discretion. Oh, thank you for that. Like The person ticketing didn't smell a rotting corpse. I'm sorry, but that's exactly what it is. A dying animal, RIP little animals, and a human decomposing or animal decomposing is not the same type of smell, but they're both very potent. So federal trials are never federalized. County trials depends on jurisdiction. I just am shocked that nobody smelt that, or was maybe when he got this parking citation. What day was that? Was she not in there? But allegedly she was, right? Hmm. Mm, the deputy says, yes, there was a citation by a dog that was on the driver's windshield. Silverman says, and did you speak also with individuals at the tow yard, personnel that worked there regarding why it is that they called LAPD's Hollywood Auto Detective Division? The detective says, yes. The manager doing a walkthrough of the impound area had noticed a strong odor emitting from a vehicle and identified that the vehicle, because the odor was so strong, and then called in Hollywood detectives. Exactly. If the tow yard people got that odor, what happened to the DOT person or whoever gave a citation? He didn't smell that odor because then that, in my opinion, changes things, right? Because I think, in my opinion, that the body was being Celeste's body was being moved back and forth at least once or twice. This is where it starts to get bad. Yeah. Let's continue. Um, the odor was so strong. Okay. Silverman says, and did you observe the same? He says, yes. Silverman says, what did you observe? Can you describe it for us? The detective says, when I arrived on scene, the vehicle was a black Tesla with Texas license plates. Had the front open, and there was a partially unzipped black body bag with a dismembered torso and head and missing some extremities at that time. I can never get over this case. I really could not. What was done to Celeste is so brutal. A dismembered torso and head. Okay. Silverman says, and were you able to smell for yourself anything with respect to the vehicle that was distinctive to you? The detective says, yes. I mean, I worked homicides for the better of 18 or so years. So I have investigated many cases where you have decomposition of a human body, and it's a very distinctive order. Yes. That comes from on field investigations, as well as attending numerous autopsies at the coroner's office, where you have that same decomposing, very distinctive smell. Silverman says, were you able to determine with respect to this vehicle, this black Tesla with Texas license plates, who the vehicle was registered to? He says, yes. Utilizing department resources, the vehicle was registered to David Anthony Burke with an address. And I think the address was in Cypress, Texas. I don't recall the numbers offhand. Silverman says, now you mentioned that there was a body bag in the front trunk area that was unzipped. The detective says, partially unzipped. When the initial responding officer and detectives went out to the scene at the request of tow, Miss Burke says, objection, Your Honor. I would object as non-responsive. Move to strike everything. The court says, well, everything after the initial answer is unresponsive. If you want to ask your next question. Silverman says, sure. The judge says the latter portion will be stricken. Silverman says, were you in your conversations with the initial detectives who responded to the scene? Did they explain why the front trunk or the frunk was open and the body bag partially unzipped? The detective says, yes. Silverman says, and what did you learn about that? He says that when they were called to the impound lot, authored a search warrant to open the trunk due to the smell that they believed was also a decomposing body, opened the trunk, partially unzipped that body bag, and saw human remains. Silverman says, and in terms of the body bag, can you describe that for us? The detective says it was a black kind of vinyl plastic body bag, had various handles or straps around it, and then a singular zipper that ran kind of from top to bottom. Silverman says, like a cadaver bag? And he says, yes, ma'am. I think I have a copy of that cadaver bag, a picture of it. You know what I see when I open my computer? Mackenzie Sharilla everywhere. Uh, um, I think I might have deleted it because I was feeling a lot of dark energy coming from having that on my computer. Because I used to have it. Yeah, I deleted it. Oh well. I just didn't want that on my computer. Wow, Amazon truly does have everything. Yeah, he got it on Amazon. He thought the tarp kept the heat out, not airtight smell. Get out. Hi, Alexa. Good to see you, sweet cakes. Yeah, he bought a body bag on Amazon. Why do they sell that? Actually, let's do a little experiment here. Let me go to my Amazon. I'm curious how sick this is. Let me look up cadaver. Oh my god, it's terrible. Wow. Yeah. This is the one I had on my computer. Can you guys see that? Here, I can screenshot it. Yeah, I couldn't have it on my computer for very long because, lots of dark energy. I'm a very spiritual person. But I'll open it up for you guys to see. I'm sure we've already seen it, but I believe this is the one. Sick. Fucking sick that you can get this on Amazon. Yeah, I know. I know. Police officers don't look into my Google. Yeah, it's horrifying. Okay. Yeah, they cut the handles off for DNA. But I remember in the previous document where they said it had 6 handles. So that's how I knew it was that one. Or maybe they all do. I don't know. I don't look up cadaver bags, so I couldn't tell you respectfully. Here, I guess I can be sick and look. Oh, curiosity. Oh yeah, there's one with 2. Well, 4, 2 on each side. There's white ones. I'm horrified. What the there's a future cadaver morbid funny goth quote tote bag. Amazon, you're sick. You're sick. Too bad I'm addicted to buying Amazon, so I can't actually cancel them, but a moving bag? Okay, I thought that was like, well, I don't know why it's under cadaver bags, honey. That should be under moving items or tools. Disposable animal body bag? Okay, that's enough. See what I'm saying about the internet? We're going down a deep rabbit hole that we do not need right now. Right now is Lionsgate. You know what I'm saying? That portal. We are bringing in abundance, babes, not cadaver bags and body bags. Let me take a drink. If you know, you know. If you don't, well, you should hang out here more often. Melly, I'm crying. I'm serious. If you guys didn't know. Okay, let's continue. I'm going off on a tangent here. Silverman says, like a cadaver bag. The detective says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have a set of 2 photographs. It is titled Body Bag Containing Victim's Head and Torso and Front Trunk with the date of September 8th, 2025. May I have this marked as People's Exhibit 14? Silverman says, let's begin by talking about the photograph on the left. Tell us, if you would, what we're looking at here. The detective says, so once the county medical examiner came to the scene, they removed that first cadaver bag or body bag from the front trunk and placed it on the ground. Underneath that cadaver bag was a second, what looked like a black garbage bag with blue handles. It was underneath the body bag, the bottom of the storage of the trunk. Silverman says, so, Your Honor, it looks like I put 15 on the record instead. So this is 2 photos as well. It's titled Garbage Bag Containing Victim's Arms and Leg in Front Trunk. Same date. Garbage bag containing victim's arms and legs, but her head and torso was in the body bag. Dude, that's like on some demonic shit. Just like the Perez Hilton thing that we're going to talk about later. But anyways. Silverman says, so, Your Honor, oh, wait, I already repeat that. The clerk says, so not 14. Okay, I'll do that on the next one. Silverman says, what do we see in the trunk around the plastic bag? The black plastic bag. The detective says, there was insect activity. There was maggots. There was various stages of flies. So kind of progression of a decomposition from larvae to maggots to flies. Let's look that up in the science dictionary. I have a question. Larva does not typically hatch. It takes an insect or animal to hatch in 8 to 10 hours a day, depending on the environmental temperature. This part I cannot get over. It literally gives me scary dreams. From larvae to maggots to flies. And then there was, I don't know how to describe all the other liquidy decaying matter. Silverman says, okay, so the trunk area and the bag, it was wet, not dry. The detective says, yes, correct. It was wet. Oh my God. The bodily fluid. Silverman says, and at some point was this trash bag, this black plastic trash bag that was, we see here with a blue, some type of drawstring handle. Was it opened? The detective says it was. It was partially opened in the trunk and then removed, taken out of the trunk, placed on the ground. And then the bag was opened where you could see various limbs of a body, arms, legs that had been severed. Silverman says, okay, let's go back to People's Exhibit 14 for a moment. The judge says, and I'm sorry, right now it's People's 15. We don't have People's 14. Silverman says, okay, I'll start again. People's 14, if I could have this marked, Your Honor. It's titled Body Bag Containing Victim's Head and Torso in the Front Trunk, dated September 8th, 2025, and it has 2 photographs. Well, he had a burn cage, right? So I'm thinking like, I think he was gonna, oh, sounds terrible, in my opinion. He's gonna like put her in the burn cage to get rid of evidence, or maybe the evidence was gonna be used, or the burn cage was going to be used to get rid of the evidence. But he decided to drive back out to Santa Barbara and maybe leave more evidence. That 7 weeks flies leave the body because it dries up. She never did. She recooking in the heat over and over. It's terrible. Silverman says, okay, I'll start again. Okay, yeah, we already read that. So that'll be Mark Peoples 14. Thank you, Your Honor. Silverman says, looking at the photograph on the left, what do we see here? The detective says, it's kind of hard to tell, at least on my picture, but that is a black cadaver bag that is in the front trunk. That was in the front trunk. Silverman says, okay, is that picture that was taken actually at the tow yard? He says, yes, that all those photos so far have been at the tow yard. Silverman says, with the front trunk in the open position? He says, correct. Silverman says, and then if we look to the photograph to the right on People's 14, what are we looking at here? The detective says, there you see the head and torso minus the limbs. That was what was discovered when the body bag was removed and completely unzipped. That was what remained in that body bag, cadaver bag. Torso and head in the cadaver bag, but in the trash bag was her limbs. So it makes me think there was a change of plan somewhere. Because why not put her entirety of her body in that body bag? You know what I'm saying? He might have intended to use the burn cage, but waited too long because Tor was coming or something. It's so heartbreaking. I get so sad for Celeste. He says, oh, there you see the head and the torso minus the limbs for the most part. That was what was discovered. Okay, when the body bag completely unzipped. Silverman says at some point in time, was the medical examiner's office notified? The detective says yes. Prior to anything being removed from the trunk, the ME's office, medical examiner's office, their criminalist responded to the impound lot. Silverman says, okay, and once they arrived on scene, do you then, as in all homicide cases, process the scene alongside them? The detective said yes. Silverman says, and their jurisdiction, does that pertain to the actual decedent's body? The detective said yes. In this case, they did all of the, I guess, hands-on investigation regarding this body. No search of the vehicle, aside from opening of the trunk, was done during our initial investigation. Silverman says, okay, and then as you, along with your partner and personnel from the medical examiner's department, process the body, are there any discussions that take place as to various items of evidence and also the condition of the body? He says yes. Silverman says, now, once the body was removed from the trunk or the front trunk, as you've told us in Exhibit 15, you've described that there was a black plastic trash bag, as we see here in the photograph, on the left of People's 15 that was found underneath. Is that correct? He says, correct. Silverman says, and once that bag was opened, what did you observe? He says, once that bag was open, I observed 2 severed arms and 2 legs, but the legs had also been severed at another point, kind of by the kneecap. So there was almost like 4 points to the legs and then 2 arms. Oh my gosh. He could carry her more easily in 2 different bags. Not to sound more morbid, but I do think he did this alone. Do you? Okay, let me know in the chat if you think he did it alone or not. Had to look up the stages of death because how this case works out with flies and how long. Yeah, that's brutal. The whole stage of maggots and flies. I can't. So sad. Silverman says, and once that bag was open, what did you observe? Two legs, okay, and severed arms. Silverman says, in terms of the diameter of the front trunk area of the Tesla, is that a small area? The detective says, it is the kind of top portion of the trunk is a little it is the kind of top portion of the trunk is a little larger. And then as you come to the front of the storage compartment, it dips down, but it's very narrow and not very wide. Silverman says, and so looking at the photograph to the right of People's 15, is that what you observed once this black plastic trash bag was opened? The detective said, yes. Silverman said, and were photographs taken of this process at the tow yard as initially the cadaver bag was fully opened and removed from the trunk? The detective said, yes. Photos were taken by LAPD's photographer as well as photos were taken by the criminalist from the ME's office. Silverman says, and were additional photographs taken once the cadaver bag was removed from the front trunk? The plastic bag containing the limbs, the severed limbs, as we've seen in Exhibit 15, were photographs also taken by both LAPD and the Department of ME? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, did you notice anything unusual about the cut surface of the limbs? Miss Burke says, objection, calls for improper opinion. Silverman says, this is just basic observations, Your Honor. The court says, all right. Silverman says, I'm not asking for any expert. The court says, that's fine. I'll allow him to indicate his observations. If there is opinion elicited, you may renew your objection. Miss Burke says, thank you. The detective said, yes, it was very obvious there was these blue pieces of plastic or some type of fiber that seemed to be embedded in the cut surfaces at various points of the body. Okay, I'm gonna go off on a tangent here, but we know how Hollywood is like dark, if you know what I mean, right? Come on, just checking on her body was a premeditated. I agree he needs a kidney. He did it all alone. He had a dolly to help him get bags to car. September 1st and body and bag behind him is the same trash bag. Um, if David did do all of this by himself, which is obviously no one else has been charged or included in this case, but that's very dark. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have an exhibit that I'd like to have marked as People's Exhibit 44. It is titled Medical Examiner, okay, September 2025, blue plastic fragments embedded in right knee. Oh my gosh. Silverman says, thank you. Showing you People's 44 and looking at these little blue pieces, is this what you're talking about on the various cut ends of the severed limbs? The detective said, yes, there were several little pieces, some darker blue, some lighter blue, but they definitely stood out because they were many of them. Silverman says, did you notice anything else with respect to the hands of the decedent in this case? The detective said, yes, I did notice on her right hand, she had a tattoo that said shush, like SHHH on her right index finger. And then on her left hand, there was the left finger and left pinky finger had been removed and were not with the rest of the severed limbs. So there's a saw and her fingers that are out there buried somewhere in Santa Barbara or along the Santa Barbara, I guess is what I'm thinking. I mean, I don't know if that's this is truly evil. I agree. He had help. He needs to talk and name names. But it's like Brian Koberger, right? We're gonna get back into Brian Koberger too, because there's been a lot going on with that case, and I haven't covered it in a while. But it's like the Brian Koberger, if he did have help, why wouldn't he speak up? Is it some kind of ritual? That's what I mean. He could just be a cold-blooded murder, in a PDF, but also I think cutting a human body up is like on a different level. Left Ringer had his name tattooed on it. Yeah. Um Silverman says, when you say removed, you mean cut off, amputated. The detective said, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another set of photographs on this exhibit that I'd like to have marked as People's 38. It is titled Tattoo on the Victim's Right Index and Left Ring and Pinky Fingers Amputated. Medical Examiner at Hollywood Tow Yard, September 8th, 2025. Silverman says, showing you these two photographs, starting with the one on the left, tell us what we're looking at here, please. The detective says, so that was the left hand that was found in that black trash bag. And it appeared to have the two left ring fingers, the left pinky finger had been severed. Silverman says, okay, and the photograph on the right? The detective says, a tattoo on her right index finger, the SHHH and dot, 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 was on the right hand index finger. No. They had the tattoos. I have a mustache tattooed on my, thank goodness it's going away. Oh, I've been praying. I have a mustache tattooed on my right index finger. Don't ask. Don't ask why I have a mustache tattoo. But that's actually brutal. Wait, is that my index finger? If David doesn't want to spill the details, he can take the death penalty. I think he looked at Celeste as property, not the child she was. I believe he acted alone. Interesting. She says, okay, and the photograph on the right. Oh, wait, I already read that. Silverman says, okay, based on the condition of the decedent as she was removed from the front truck of the Tesla, was there a face where you could make out any facial features? She says, no, there was quite a bit of decomposition. The detective says, no, there was quite a bit of decomp to where the skin slippage and made it unrecognizable. The court says, I'm going to go ahead, stop you there. Silverman says, we're going to go ahead and take our morning recess. We did have morning matters, so I'll give the court reporter a break for 15 minutes. Yeah, they decided to take a recess then. It's more that he has duper's delight. He loves to fool people because he's leaving clues he hides in plain sight. The DEA even said they have. Yeah, I agree. The court says, all right, so this is after the recess. We're back on the record. We have Mr. Burke present, all counsel present, and we have the witness back on the stand. Detective Byers, I remind you that you remain under oath. Okay, Silverman says, so on September 8th of 2025, when you were at the tow yard, eventually, did you do something with the Tesla that day? The detective says, yes, we had our LAPD tow transport the vehicle to our what we call Piper Tech, which is kind of like our holding for vehicles for further processing. Silverman says, Piper Technical Center that belongs to LAPD? He said, yes. Silverman says, and was that so the vehicle could be processed? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, and that occurred the next day on September 9th? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, and were you present for that? He said, I was. Silverman says, and on September 8th, after the processing that was done by yourself, as well as medical examiner's department at the tow yard, was the decedent transported back to the Forensic Science Center? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, now, did you also observe during the processing of the Tesla that took place, as you said, on September 9th of 2025, any documents or receipts or anything inside of that Tesla that you then followed up on? The detective said, yes, I observed a receipt in the vehicle for a purchase made at Ross Dress for Less, which caused me to have detectives follow up to that location to attempt to retrieve any surveillance video according to the transaction that was made. Silverman says, and was this the Ross Dress for Less located at 8985 Venus Boulevard? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, was there a date on that receipt that you found inside of the Tesla? He said, yes, it was July 29th, 2025. Silverman says, and once a surveillance video from that Ross Dress for Less was obtained, did you watch the video? He says, yes. She says, and what did you observe on that video that was dated July 9th, 29th, 2025. This was way after he unalived her and dismembered her. Silverman says, or he says, she says, what did you observe on that video? The detective said, so on that receipt, there was obviously a date and time of transaction. So the surveillance video was from that transaction. And at that point, observed an individual making that transaction who I later determined to be the defendant, Mr. Burke. Silverman says, okay, did you obtain any other surveillance video with respect to the defendant and that black Tesla? The detective said, yes, there was surveillance video from numerous places that we actually recovered during our investigation. Silverman says, and what surveillance video did you observe regarding the defendant and the interacting with that black Tesla that's registered to him? The detective said, I observed a video of the Tesla driving through kind of the Hollywood, or not Hollywood, Culver City, Los Angeles area, which appeared to be the route to and from what was later determined to be his residence address. Silverman says, and where was that? The detective said that was 1368 Doheny Place, which there is some confusion with 1368 is also identified as Vireo. Street signs are posted as Doheny Place, but then certain engines like Google, Vireo comes up as the address, but they are the same place. 1368 Vireo and Doheny Place are one and the same. Silverman says, in terms of that 1368 Doheny Place address, is that an address in the Hollywood Hills? The detective said yes. Silverman says, did you also obtain iCloud records registered to the defendant? He says yes. Silverman says, and did those show anything with respect to the defendant's interaction with the same black Tesla? The detective said yes. During the processing of the vehicle, one of the things we did was take screenshots of the Tesla's infotainment system, the onboard computer, which shows navigation. It shows connects and disconnects from cell phones. So photographs were taken from that and then ultimately compared to his iCloud, which indicated a cell phone connection, which was identified as belonging to the defendant last connected on July 29th, 2025, around 2:15 to 2:18 p.m. Silverman says, so that was the same day, the July 29th date, the same day as the receipt in the Tesla that you observed on September 9th of 2025, correct? He says, yes, correct. So basically, I think if I'm not mistaken, what they're trying to get at is that was the last time he was allegedly in the car. So from July to September, the car was not being moved or was being moved or others were involved to some point. They would be charged, but I guess in moving his car. All the way down to his alter ego. Hey, Adrian. Yeah. Meaning eyewitness evidence or someone with direct knowledge. He basically followed a roadmap from MPD. Yeah, we have covered that before, Itami. Yeah, I've read, we've deep dived it a little bit, but I want to deep dive it some more. So that was the same day, the July 29th, the same day as the receipt in the Tesla. He says, yes, correct. Silverman says, did it appear that that was the last connection and the disconnection of his phone to the Tesla? The detective said, yes. Silverman said, did he have his phone programmed into the Tesla by a certain name? The detective said, yes, it's an iPhone 16, and the name of that phone was Tranquilizer. That's an odd name for a phone. How about, do you guys do that? I guess I don't name my devices different names, but might be a thing. Silverman says, did you determine whether that phone titled or named Tranquilizer was associated with his iCloud account? The detective said, yes. During a Celebrite or an extraction of his iCloud, the reader associated that iPhone to his email address, which was associated with his iCloud. Silverman says, well, when you say his email address, was there only one email address associated with this defendant? He says, no, there was multiple. Ms. Burke says, Your Honor, we would raise an objection here as to this being improper opinion and no foundation. The court says, well, lay a foundation as to where the information was coming from and how. Silverman says, sure. How did you determine that the defendant, in fact, had multiple email accounts? The detective says, I authored a search warrant to Apple requesting information. So I wrote a search warrant for his name, his birth date, and associated addresses that I knew, including his Texas address, as well as his Los Angeles addresses, his known phone numbers, wrote that information to Apple requesting any and all records, and Apple in turn provided a return which identified multiple addresses associated with those requested identifiers. Silverman says, okay, were you also able to determine from the records that you received pursuant to search warrants that the defendant owned a particular type or model of phone, the one that was connected to the Tesla? The detective says, yes, it was identified as an iPhone 16 Pro. Silverman says, throughout the course of your investigation, had you been able to locate or find that phone? He says, not that particular phone. No. So he got rid of the phone because it was the one linked to his car, or was that where there was actually more evidence? So they can't locate that phone, one of the saws, or her fingers. I would say only remove the death penalty if he's willing to give that information up. But I still think he deserves a death penalty. I think that this is a phone that has been quoted as saying it's in China being dismembered, not disassembled. His choice of words is crazy. I agree, Alexa. Probably both, Melly. Yeah. Brutal. But again, we don't know where Harmony Montgomery's remains are, right? Or not Harmony Montgomery. Wait, is it Harmony Montgomery? I mean, there's a lot of cases where we don't know where there's evidence, some evidence. But yeah, it was Harmony Montgomery's. We still don't know where she was. Her remains have still not been found. Same with Emmanuel Haro. Baby Emmanuel Haro. He's like some weird doctor. Yeah, I agree. It's also Summer. Yeah, Summer Wells. That's a good one, Jen. He takes from video games and a lot of different manga. I agree with you, Master, but I also don't believe that made him become a murderer. I fear poor Celeste's fingers and others and saw may never be found. Yeah, the whole finger part creeps me out, really. On his part. He says, no, not that particular phone. Silverman says, okay. Your Honor, I have an exhibit in two parts. The first part or page I'd like to have marked as People's Exhibit 17A. It is titled Defendant's iPhone 16 Pro Max Tranquilizer, in quotes, disconnected from the Tesla. The source being iCloud and the date being July 29th, 2025 at 2:18 p.m. So he intentionally disconnected it. Harmony was heartbreaking, right, MK? That one I still have nightmares about. Yeah. My heart just breaks for these. I don't get it. That's another one, like, with even younger than Celeste, but ugh. Summer Wells and Harmony Montgomery. And now that monster's getting a new trial, right? Hopefully justice comes sooner than that, but I don't know. We'll see. This exhibit, it looks like two photographs with some inserts, close-up photographs of things on those photos. So 4 altogether. 17B being one photograph. It says Celebrite Extraction Report at the top, and it's titled Defendant's iCloud Username, FALLOIT 00112@gmail.com. May I have those two exhibits marked? And the judge says yes. His iCloud username was FALLOIT. What does that stand for? Did he mean to spell fall out? Fall OIT. I'm just wondering if that has anything that means anything. Yeah, these evil acts are becoming too common, just heartbreaking. Oh no, Noel, I'm glad you made it. Silverman says, thank you. Showing you first exhibit 17A, let's focus in right now on the photograph on the left. Do you recognize what you see here? The detective said, yes, I do. Silverman says, what is this? He says this is an extraction report from Celebrite. Specifically, one of the search criterias or areas that you can look is devices that have connected to a particular vehicle. In this case, it was a his Tesla Model X identified as a device name. And then if you look all the way to the right, the source file, meaning what may have connected or disconnected to that Tesla, identifies that the iPhone 16 Pro with the kind of name of the phone as Tranquilizer. Burke says, Your Honor, at this time the defense would object. This is calling for improper opinion. The court says, All right, if you want to lay a foundation. Silverman says, Sure. The court says, with regard to his ability to read extraction reports and how and what they show. Silverman says, Sure. If you could tell us about your experience with cell phone and iCloud extractions and the use of Celebrite software. The detective said, so the software is when I write a warrant to, in this instance, Apple, we are provided with a certain amount of records from that in this case, that provider then in turn were able to make those records, put them in a readable format, which is a Celebrite reader, which takes that kind of raw data, puts it into a readable format, identifies certain criteria, whether it be a timeline or photo or videos or subscriber, or in this case, device connectivity, and it shows you that information was provided in the reading format. So this is a reader from raw data from a cell carrier or a social media platform. Silverman says, I'm sorry, go ahead. The court says, if you could please explain what your background training and experience as it relates to obtaining this information and being able to decipher this information. The detective says, when I write the warrant, I provide that to our investigative service section, who are analysts that take that information and they provide it into this reader. So I don't physically put it in this reader. I just take the information, look at it as it's in readable form. So I don't do the parsing into Celebrite. That's done by our analyst. Silverman says, so they put it into software that allows you on your own computer at work to look at and read the information. Is that correct? The detective said, yes, I'm not analyzing that. I'm looking at the reader that allows that raw data to be read versus kind of computer language, I guess you could say. Silverman says, and how many times, Miss Burke says, Your Honor, we would renew our objection per Whitman that 115 officer is not appropriately a reader of this information. He did not do the extraction, did not participate in the instruction, and certainly not presented himself as an expert on these matters. He would be simply reading the report to the court. The court says, "All right, I'm sorry, Miss Silverman." Miss Silverman says, "It's not a report, Your Honor. It's a Celebrite extraction that contains all of the information from a particular cell phone. The detective, on a routine basis, as I was just about to ask him, receive these and are familiar with and experts in how to use the Celebrite software in order to filter for particular information that they are interested in." The court says, "All right, do you wish to respond?" Miss Burke says, Your Honor, I believe since this officer is indicating he did not participate in the extraction, did not handle the device that was being extracted or the Celebrite information, he would be an improper witness on the content to testify as the content of what was found. The court says, All right, thank you. Your objection is overruled. You may continue. Silverman says, Thank you. The court says, I'm sorry, if you want, Miss Burke, I will deem it a continuing objection as to his testimony. Burke says, Thank you, Your Honor. The court says, Okay. Silverman says, Can you tell us approximately how many times over the course of your career you have used Celebrite software in order to examine data from a cell phone, iCloud, tablet, computer, items that would contain digital or electronic evidence? The detective says, I mean, I would say it would have to be in the hundreds. Every case has a cell phone, computer, tablet, or some type of device that's going to be used. So I frequently look at the reports, probably in every case, and that would be in the hundreds. Yeah, agreed. We revolve around the internet, the Wi Fi, and social media. Silverman says, okay, is that something that is not decreasing, but in fact becoming more and more common, increasing in the fact that technology has changed and now everybody has digital evidence? And that is something that, as you said, is a component of all the cases you handle? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, and where do you send devices so that the information or the data contained within can be extracted and put into a readable format, such as Celebrite? What we see here, the exhibit that we're showing right now, 17A question mark. The detective says, I mean, we have use of FBI labs. We have an a lab in Orange County. We have the ability to do it in our office at the robbery homicide division. So these extractions were primarily done by our people at RHD. Silverman says, so not just is it done here in LA County, but it also is done, as you mentioned, in Orange County. And are you familiar with or do you communicate often with detectives from other counties and other states across the country? The detective says, absolutely. Silverman says, and do you sit on a board for homicide detectives? He says, yes, I do. Silverman says, and do you often discuss with other homicide detectives digital evidence and how one goes about parsing through or examining digital evidence relevant to an electronic device such as a cell phone, iCloud, computer, tablet, or computer laptop or tower? The detective says, absolutely. I attend Celebrite trainings as well. Silverman says, and with respect to your communications and meetings and conferences and discussions with detectives around the country, is Celebrate a tool that is used widely? He says yes. Because thanks to Celebrate, we have Karen Reed, Tex, and Mackenzie Shirilla, right? I'm being sarcastic. We get that in a lot of cases, but mhm. I don't love his music. We're gonna be reviewing some of it later, but like I'm not a big fan, respectfully. I didn't even know who David was before this case, actually. Now that I'm being honest. He says, absolutely. Silverman says, and you said you also received trainings in Celebrite. The detective said, yes, we have in house trainings through our Celebrite extraction experts, and I've attended those on more than one occasion. Silverman says, okay, let's go back to Exhibit 17A. Does this item here on the left side appear to be the top of a Celebrite report? He says, yes. Silverman says, and if we look at the left side where it says extraction report, is it specific to a particular item for which you wrote a search warrant and received evidence? The detective said, yes, it's a return from the iCloud warrant that I wrote to Apple regarding Mr. Burke. Silverman says, okay, and does Celebrite allow you to filter for or look for certain evidence within a device? The detective said, yes, there are search options within the report, the reader. Silverman says, for instance, can you search for things like or filter for things like email addresses? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, can you filter for contacts? He said, yes. Silverman says, can you filter for any device that were connected to the iCloud? He says, yes. Can you filter for dates and times? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, can you filter for connectivity to various items such as a vehicle like a Tesla? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, can you also filter for artifacts, whether that be photographs, images, video, things of that nature? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, okay, so looking again at Exhibit 17A, does this particular report indicate or provide information regarding the defendant's iCloud and the connections to a Tesla Model X? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, the black Tesla at the tow yard, what model was that? The detective says Model X. Silverman says, and in this same document, I understand this is just the top of it. Sometimes, can these documents be, if you were to print out the whole thing, as opposed to say, let's just say, just look at it on a computer. Could they be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of pages long? The detective said, oh, yes. And this iCloud return was, I think, 6 or 8 terabytes. It's not really realistic to print it out sheet for sheet. We've covered this amount of data, and it was like, I know I've said the exact amount on a previous live. It's like something million pictures, right? Yeah. So 8 terabytes, okay, is 2 million photos, 2,000 high definition videos, 400 hours of 4K ultra high definition videos, 200 massive modern video games, 160 million pages of document files, like Word documents or PDFs. To put it into perspective, that's 8 TB. That's what 8 TB can hold. That is wild. Absolutely wild. He says it's not really realistic to print it out sheet for sheet. Silverman says, when you say 6 to 8 terabytes, you're talking about 6 to 8 terabytes of data? He says, yes. Silverman says, okay, so if you're talking about what volume of evidence, what would be consistent with? And so if you're talking about that volume of evidence, what would that be consistent with? In other words, would you be able to, without software, to filter for certain specific types of evidence? Would you be able to read through 6 to 8 terabytes of data? He says, no, that's not. Silverman says, okay. He says, no. Silverman says, so this is a way that you can hone in and target certain types of information that you might be interested in. The detective said, yes, like you mentioned, dates, emails, addresses, phone numbers, contacts, those types of search criteria. Silverman says, okay, and if we look over to the right where we see a red box where it says source file, what do we see there? The detective says, a source file is referring to the iPhone 16 Pro that I mentioned earlier and the name of that phone, which was seen before the parentheses of tranquilizer. Silverman says, and looking at the little inset box below where we have a little red line with a call out, which enlarges this information, does this source file have tranquilizer and in parentheses iPhone 16 Pro? The detective said yes. Silverman says, looking at the photograph to the right in People's Exhibit 17A, what is this a photograph of? The detective said, this is a photograph I had mentioned earlier of the infotainment system, the display of Mr. Burke's Tesla that was an impound. Silverman says, okay. And the very first item where there is a red box and then again a line, which a little call out inset below. What does that say? The detective said, it says tranquilizer and it gives a date of July 29th and identifying it as an Apple iPhone. Silverman says, July 29th being the date that you indicated was the last time the iPhone 16 Pro connected to the black Tesla Model X. The detective said yes. So that is the date that he could have disconnected his device and abandoned the car. That's almost August. I think he abandoned the car earlier than that, if I'm not mistaken. Hi, Selena. Silverman says, let's look at 17B. Is this another Celebrite extraction report or at least the top of it? He says, yes, from the same iCloud return. Silverman says, and this one is titled Defendant's iCloud username falloit00112, correct? The detective said, correct. Silverman says, and what did you find in this particular filter of the extraction from the iCloud? The detective said, so what I had written for Mr. Burke's iCloud, that was one of the emails that was provided by Apple belonging to him. I believe that one is the one that contained the most data in it. And I also had, as according to this report, associates that tranquilizer iPhone 16 to that Gmail address. Silverman says, okay, now did this Tesla infotainment system contain numerous addresses in addition to the defendant's residence, which we talked about already, that being the 1368 Vireo or Doheny place? The detective said yes. Silverman says, and were there any locations within that computer system or infotainment system that was of interest to you with respect to this investigation? The detective said yes, there was a reference in the infotainment system to a charging station on 729. And then, as the investigation kind of evolved, there was a trip identified in the investigation that showed a trip to Santa Barbara, Lake Cachuma, I think it was. Silverman says, and within Lake Cachuma or the Santa Barbara County area, in addition to Lake Cachuma, was there also an address for navigation to a charger area in the Santa Ynez Valley? He said yes. Silverman says, and with respect to both the Lake Cachuma and Santa Ynez Valley locations, was there a location or, excuse me, a time range for that? The detective says there was so on the screenshots of the infotainment system, they're identified by dates. So you had July dates, which reference the 1368 Vireo home address of Mr. Burke. And then in May, there was identification to the Lake Cachuma, the St. Inez trip. Is it Inez or Inez trip? Okay, says Silverman. And you also mentioned that you reviewed a significant amount of surveillance video. Did you also review neighborhood surveillance video for the defendants around the defendant's residence from Doheny Drive? The detective said yes. Silverman says, from July 29th, that same date, that was the last date his phone connected to the Tesla, and the same date where he went to the Ross Dress for Less that matched up to the receipt that you found inside of the Tesla during processing. The detective says, yes, recovered video from a residence address on Doheny, that had cameras that covered both Doheny Drive and Doheny Place. Silverman says, and what did you observe with respect to the date of July 29th regarding the neighborhood surveillance video? The detective said, so on camera that faces Doheny Drive, I observed a black Tesla down Doheny Drive. And as it goes out of frame is right at Bluebird. So the vehicle drives, passes the camera, and is out of frame. And then maybe 2 minutes later, I reviewed the camera that covers Doheny Place, which when you look at a map almost looks like an alley, but it's an actual street. You see Mr. Burke walking down the alley and into the front door of his residence at 1368. Silverman says, when you said kind of looks like an alley, is that consistent with the streets within the Hollywood Hills area that are very narrow streets? The detective said yes. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It has a photograph on it with a close up or call out of an enlargement. So there is two photographs. It is titled Screenshot of Defendant Returning Home After Parking Tesla on Bluebird Avenue, July 29th at 2:20 p.m. Interesting. She says, may this be marked. Okay. Silverman then says, showing you exhibit 18, do you recognize what you see here? The detective said, yes. So to the left that's Doheny Place, a very narrow street. The residences are really, as you look at the photo, only on the right hand side. The left hand side is the back of the residences that are on Doheny Drive. So that's a kind of north to south look. And in the video, that's where I saw him walk down the alley. And then Silverman says, just to interrupt you briefly, this is a screenshot from the surveillance video, correct? The detective said, correct. Silverman says, so if we have to look at the person that we can see just where the yellow line ends over to the enlargement or call out that we see on the right side, what are we looking at here? The detective says, I'm sorry, the one on the right? Silverman says, yes, the call out, this enlargement. The detective says that's Mr. Burke walking down the street ultimately into his residence. Yeah, I know. The name tranquilizer. I know it's weird. Um, okay. Silverman says, okay, the video you watched as he walked down Bluebird, is that kitty adjacent to Doheny Place? The detective said, yes. You don't see Bluebird. You see where Bluebird is, and then you go from there where the vehicle is parked. You have to walk down Bluebird to Doheny Place to get to that position in that photo. Silverman says, and then on video, you saw him go into his residence at 1368. The detective said, yes. Silverman says, so you could see him walking from that direction of Bluebird where the vehicle was parked and eventually towed by the Department of Transportation? He says, yes. Okay, so is that basically proof that he moved the freaking car or parked the car? Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit, two photographs titled Defendant's Tesla Parked Across from 1405 Bluebird, Hollywood Hills, May 24th, 2025. If these two photographs could be marked as People's Exhibit number 12. Silverman says, let's start with the photograph on the left. What do we see here from this photograph taken on May 24th? The detective said, so that's a photograph that was taken by a senior lead officer from Hollywood area who was called out by a neighbor concerning a vehicle that had been parked in the same spot for quite some time. Silverman says, and this is a photo of the vehicle parked where? The detective said, it's parked, the address is actually on the corner, but it's across from 1405. Silverman says, Bluebird? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, looking at the photograph to the right on People's Exhibit 12, what do we see here? The detective said, that's the rear of the vehicle. Photograph was taken to identify the license plate of that vehicle and the some damage to the kind of rear trunk portion. Silverman says, now, did you also review data from license plate readers or LPRs showing the Tesla parked at that same location that it was recovered uh, from where the vehicle remained after July 29th of 2025 until it was eventually towed? The detective says, yes. So I conducted a license plate reader search, which identifies when police cars drive by that are equipped with automated license plate readers. They are able to identify vehicles. So I conducted a search from July 29th on this vehicle license plate, and the vehicle remained in that same spot on multiple hits on the license plate reader up until September 5th when it was eventually towed by DOT. Silverman says, now during the investigation, you and your partner were conducting on this deceased female dismembered in the trunk of the defendant's Tesla. Were you notified at some point that an individual by the name of Jesus Rivas called LAPD communication regarding his daughter? Detective says, yes. On September 10th, Mr. Rivas did call communications, and that information was forwarded to my cell phone to my cell phone of my partner. So we made a subsequent follow-up call to Mr. Rivas. Silverman says, now you testified at the beginning today that on September 8th, you were called out to this police tow yard with respect to a deceased female being found in the front trunk of the Tesla. The detective said, yes. Silverman says, when you went out to the tow yard on September 8th, were there media cameras and media attention that day or the following day? The detective says, there was. Yes, there was media. A helicopter during our investigation. And then as that vehicle was being towed away, there was attempts by media to follow that impound. Silverman says, when you say towed away, you mean as you caused to have the Tesla towed from the impound yard to Piper Tech for processing? He says, correct, correct. Silverman says, and the media attention that was generated, did Mr. Rivas tell you that he had observed the media attention and or the coverage and that he was concerned that perhaps the unidentified decedent in the fact was his daughter? Miss Burke says, Your Honor, I believe this calls for hearsay. Silverman says, calls for what? Miss Burke says, hearsay. The court says, all right, people. Miss Silverman says, I think the detective testified that he's been employed for 26 years. Miss Burke says, I don't believe this was personal knowledge. He didn't interview the witness. The court says, can you read back? Silverman says, sure. I can just rephrase, Your Honor. The court says, all right. Silverman says, so after you were notified that Mr. Rivas called LAPD Communications, did you eventually speak with him? The detective says, yes. Silverman says, and did you also speak with or use his son as an interpreter? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, okay, and did Mr. Rivas communicate with you that based on the media attention, that he suspected that his daughter might be the deceased female in the front trunk of the Tesla? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, were you also provided with 2 phone numbers for his daughter? The detective said, yes. Wait, 2 phone numbers? I know that he had got her a phone. Oh, okay, so it was her phone number and then the phone number that he got her. The detective said, yes. Silverman says, and did you write search warrants for both of these phone numbers? He says, yes. One of those phone numbers was, okay, redacted, yes. And the other one is 951 redacted. He says, yes. Silverman says, did Mr. Rivas also indicate to you that he suspected that she had a third phone number, which he didn't know that was purchased for her by a mail? Yes. Okay, wait. So Celeste had 2 phone numbers. Why 2? Clearly, the dad knew she had 2, but suspected that there was a third phone number that was purchased by a male. Therefore, the dad knew that she was talking to a male that possibly got her another phone number. I'm not blaming the parents. We've already talked about this ever since the Mackenzie Shirla case. We're not going to attack any victims or family members. Well, I take that back. We've learned we don't want to do that from the Mackenzie Shirla case, but if it's necessary, the Mackenzie Shirla case, that's a different story. But anyways, I know a lot of people think like his parents and her parents should be arrested or charged or that they had something to do with this because they knew. I don't fully 100% not agree with that. I do agree that there's some accountability, but I also think that Celeste is a troubled teenager. And I think that I don't know that I want to completely blame the parents, but this trial or this case and these proceedings are bringing out that information, right? We know David's mom knew, met, and had Celeste over in Texas. We knew that his mom was saying inappropriate stuff about Celeste and him hooking up. So clearly she knew. But also, I guess her family to some extent knew something was going on. It still doesn't mean that it was okay and that I want to bag on them. No, it just means that these are the facts. You know what I'm saying? Her parents had so much stacked against them. Yeah, but clearly I agree, Alexa. So he knew. He suspected that she had a third phone number. He didn't know that it was purchased for her by a male. But I mean, if you suspect your daughter has a third phone number, what would you do about it? You know what I'm saying? So that's a little concerning to me, but let's continue. The detective said yes. Silverman says, given the condition that we discussed with respect to the decedent that you observed in the front trunk of the back Tesla, did you ask Mr. Rivas for contact information for his daughter's dentist? The detective said, I did, yes. Silverman says, and did you provide that contact information for his daughter's dentist to the medical examiner's department? The detective said, yes, I did. I provided that information to the investigator, Betsy Magdaleno, who was attempting to make identification of the unknown female at that time. Silverman says, did Mr. Rivas also provide you with the name of his missing daughter? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, and what was that? The detective said, Celeste Abigail Rivas Hernandez. Silverman says, now you also told us earlier that you determined that the defendant had a local residence, that being the 1368 Doheny Place location, correct? He says, correct. Silverman says, did you serve a search warrant at that location? He says, yes. Silverman says, and when did you do that? The detective says, I did that once she was identified on the 16th. We served a search warrant on the 17th of September. Silverman says, the following day. He says, yes. Silverman says, Your Honor, I think it's a Google Maps depiction or image titled Defendant's Residence in Hollywood Hills, 1368 Doheny Place, LA. May it be marked as People's 19. Okay, so that gets marked. Silverman says, Now looking at People's 19 to the right of the center, there is a red arrow with a white home that appears to be an upside down triangle in shape. And just above it, it says Defendant's House. Do you see that? The detective said, Yes. Silverman says, Is that the location that you served the search warrant on September 17th of 2025? The detective said, Yes. Silverman says, If we look to the bottom left corner where you see Bluebird Avenue, which is upside down, and above that it says Tesla parked. Is that the location where you observed the Tesla was previously parked on Bluebird that we looked at in some of these other photographs and that the senior lead officer had identified as a parking location previously? The detective said yes. Silverman said, Did that line up with the same location where from the Department of Transportation towed this vehicle at the beginning of September? The detective said yes. Silverman says, Of 2025. The detective said yes. Silverman says, When you served the location, did you have assistance from other detective at LAPD's robbery homicide division? He says, Yes, we utilize our division along with several criminalists from our forensic science division. Silverman says, Okay, from the laboratory, correct? He says, Correct. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another photograph titled Defendant's Residence in Hollywood Hills. May it be marked as People's 20. Okay, so it gets marked. Then she says, Do you recognize this location? The detective says, I do. Silverman says, And is that the location where you served a search warrant on September 17th of 2025? He says, Yes, it is. Silverman says, And the front door of the entrance area, do we see that depicted in this photograph? The detective said, Yes. In the kind of lower right-hand corner, as you zoom in, there is a security gate. Behind that security gate is a door to enter the residence next to a 3-car garage, separate garage doors. Silverman says, Okay, and so the garage door closest to the front entrance with this gate open, correct, in this photograph? He says, Correct. Silverman says, So it's a 3-car garage. The detective said, Yes. Silverman says, Okay. Silverman then says, Your Honor, I have another photograph of that area and gate, that first garage to the left of the other two titled LAPD search warrant. May it be marked? They say yes. Silverman says, So can you tell us what we're looking at here? The detective says, You're looking at a straight on shot of the front of the residence. You can see the address identified above the mailbox at 1368. You have the security door, the front door, just a couple of feet behind that, and then the open garage door with a red Tesla that's backed inside. I always wondered about this red Tesla. Her family was frightened over the kids. Her mom and dad were breaking up before this happened. Really? I agree, Alexa. Her parents had so much stacked against them. Celeste repost also talked about, remember when they were happy family before the fighting, there was reason she wanted to run away from home and mom thought getting away kept people online. Hi, Calissa Katz. Yeah, yeah, I have my opinions about that. We can talk about that on the next slide with the mom and everything, but she was troubled, but she was young, so I have mixed feelings. But let's continue. Silverman says, Did you determine who that red Tesla that's backed into the first garage was registered to? The detective said, Yes, it was registered to a Robert Morganroth. Silverman says, And did you determine who that person was in the relationship to the defendant? The detective said, Yes. Through our investigation, we determined that Mr. Morganroth was kind of the manager, personal assistant of Mr. Burke, which I believe knew about this and totally was aware of it, in my opinion. And I also believe that security guard or whatever who was like living with him needs to be arrested ASAP, because I also believe he knows something, or at least interrogated if they didn't already. Now when you go into the garage, is there a brick floor in the garage? The detective said there is underneath. There is rubber mats over that brick floor. Silverman says, like black rubber exercise mats? The detective said, yeah, kind of like interlocking, square shaped interlocking rubber mats. Silverman says, did you collect any evidence from the interior of this residence? He says, yes. Silverman says, and what was that? The detective said, there was a bunch of evidence that was recovered by our forensic science team. And then there was additional devices, computer towers, cell phones that were recovered from the interior living area of the residence. Silverman says, did you collect an iPhone from the upstairs den area? He says, yes. Silverman says, and was that in fact an iPhone 16 Pro that we saw was connected to the Tesla or some other phone? He said, no, it was an iPhone 15. It wasn't the iPhone 16 Pro. Ms. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have two exhibits. I'd like them to be marked as People's Exhibit 30 and 31. They're titled the same, Defendant's iPhone 15 in the second floor den, which is LAPD items 7 through 10. Search warrant September 17th of 2025. So that wasn't his phone. So the 16 Pro was the one that was connected to the Tesla. And then disconnected. And then an iPhone 15. Silverman, oh wait, sure, I included that. Silverman says, starting with Exhibit 30, do you recognize what you see here? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, what is this? The detective says, this is the upstairs den area. Silverman says, and looking at that area where we've circled with yellow, is that the area where another iPhone belonging to the defendant was found? Miss Burke says, objection, misstates the evidence. The judge says, you want to rephrase your question? Silverman says, is this the area where you found an iPhone? The detective said, yes, this is where we recovered an iPhone 15 from. Silverman says, okay, looking at Exhibit 31, which contains two photographs, what do we see here? The detective said, so you see the iPhone 15s in the center of the photograph inside the yellow box. And just to the right, you see a close-up of that blue iPhone 15. Wait, what? So there's an iPhone 15s. Oh, it's the same one. So it was a blue phone. Silverman says, did you determine whether in fact or who that particular item 7 through 10 belonged to, the iPhone 15? The detective said, yes. Once the phone was examined under search warrant, we identified as it belonged to Mr. Burke. Now Blair Burke says, objection, no foundation, improper opinion. The judge says, I'll take it subject to laying a foundation, if you want to lay a foundation for that. Silverman says, sure. How did you determine that this particular item, this iPhone 15, belonged to the defendant? The detective said, we determined it belonged to the defendant. The court says, if you can just phrase you instead of we. The witness says, okay. I determined it belonged to the defendant based on numerous photos inside depicting the defendant's selfies, depicting photographs of credit cards in his name, passport in his name, driver's license in his name. There may have been a bank statement in his name as well. The court says, all right, the court will allow the testimony to remain, but you may cross-examine regarding that. Blair Burke says, thank you. Silverman says, and that particular phone, was it associated with a number ending in 0571? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, on the living room first floor area, did you find anything there behind a piano? The detective said, yes, there was a box, an unopened box that contained a burn box. Silverman says, what's a burn box? The detective said, a burn box is a device that could be used to basically create a high enough temperature to burn items, whether it be stuff from the garden or documents. It's kind of like a mini crematorium type. It's used to burn items to nothing. We know David was trying to use a burn cage to burn evidence. Perhaps Celeste remains. I don't know. This is so much. It's really horrible. I know. I think there were up to 8 phones in his name. Really? He had his phone and Celeste's phone. I read parts of the floor were missing when the cops searched it, like the mats or the actual floors. Silverman says, "So to incinerate something?" The detective said, "Yes." Silverman says, "Okay, Your Honor, I have a set of 3 photographs on a slide labeled burn cage purchased from Amazon under alias Victoria Mendez, July 7th, 2025. May I have it marked as People's 28, please?" Then Silverman says, "Looking at the photograph in the center first, is this a photograph of the item at the 1368 Doheny residence?" The detective said, "Yes. The center picture is just an opened box. It was behind the piano of the burn cage." The court says, "I'm sorry, what item is this?" Silverman says, "This is 28, Your Honor." The judge says, "Thank you." Silverman says, "Sure." Looking close up at the label, who it was sent to, what does that indicate? The detective said, "So that indicates the name of Victoria Mendez with the address of 1368 Doheny Place, which later I determined that Amazon records show you this Victoria Mendez address as associated with the purchaser of Mr. Burke." Silverman says, "Okay. Did you also find a tower computer in this residence?" He says, "Yes." Silverman says, "Okay, let me go back on Exhibit 28. If you were to look up this item online under Amazon, is this a photograph that shows what this burn cage or burn box can be used for?" He says, "Yes." Silverman says, "The tower computer, was that submitted to your forensic services division for analysis?" The detective says, "Yes." Silverman says, "And was there an email associated with this particular electronic device?" The detective said there were multiple address email addresses associated with that. Silverman says, "Was there," the detective says, "one of them being one we had referred to earlier, the fall o fall OIT 001112 at gmail.com." Silverman says, "Was there also another email associated with this item, this tower computer that contained another Gmail account that was used to purchase airline tickets?" The detective said, "Yes." Silverman says, "And was that a Gmail address BRIMY881?" The detective said, "Yes." Silverman says, "And were those airline tickets from a particular airline that you also wrote for?" The detective said, "Yes, United Airlines, and on that return is where that Brimmy address was noted in the records." Silverman says, "And was that purchased from United Airlines for 2 different individuals?" He says, "Yes, there was the airline United Airlines record reflected the purchaser being David Burke, and for Celeste Rivas and for David Burke." Oh my god. I think we've talked about it before, like how is that trafficking if they trafficked outside of the US? She's a minor and he was grooming her and raping. Yeah. Celeste, isn't it? He must have realized after buying it that CA has very strict regulations on any burning or property. It would be very illegal and neighbors would quickly be calling the cops slash fire. Yeah, I do remember looking that up in a previous live. Mm, good point though. Silverman says flying from Los Angeles to somewhere. The detective said yes. There was a trip to Texas and was also a trip to London, England. That's crazy. Silverman says, "Now, did you also write search warrants for call detail records?" The detective says, "Yes." Silverman says, "I think we talked about iCloud records." The detective said, "Yes." "Records from a Tesla?" Detective says, "Yes." "AT&T?" "Yes." "Various business records?" "Yes." "Uber?" "Yes." Silverman says, "Did that include Postmates and Home Depot?" The detective said, "Correct." "And Amazon accounts?" He says, "Yes." Correction. The Amazon was not written by myself. That was under federal subpoena. Silverman says, okay, those were search warrants, though, that you were provided copies of. He says, yes. Silverman says, and you were also provided copies of the returns from those warrants. He says, yes. Silverman says, okay, Your Honor, I have a DVD that contains business records for various items in the affidavits. May this DVD be marked, please, as People's 53? Now, did you also review the Amazon records in detail? Says Silverman. The detective said yes. And did you know any purchases and deliveries of items that wound up being significant to your investigation? He says yes. Silverman says, and were these purchases and deliveries that were made under the name of the defendant or an alias? He says an alias. Silverman Silverman says, and what was that name? The detective says Trayvon Davis. So he was using the Victoria Mendez alias and also Trayvon Davis. It constitutes trafficking. Minors can't consent and nobody can consent. Yeah, but allegedly she had some kind of consent, right? Or whether it was forged or money bought or whatever. There had to be a way she could travel with him. Why did he do this to her just to make her disappear? Did he not like her anymore? Was she tired of him? She was gonna expose, I think, what was going on. I think essentially after the abortions and everything, I think she essentially realized, and she was getting older too, that this was something that she wasn't no longer comfortable with and possibly angry too, because like you think about it, she's a child who's been groomed. She thinks that David loves her, but David's sick in the effing head. But anyways, so I don't I think if she was angry, I could understand it. I know that sounds odd, but if she wanted to go and tell on him, I think that that was her right, and I think that whether she did it out of anger or not, I still think that was right. And I am sad that she didn't ever get to, but she definitely threatened him with it. I think she just realized as she was and after the abortions and stuff, like, I don't wanna do this anymore, you know? Or because also we don't actually know what else Celeste knew. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they have all these terabytes of information, but they were interacting on a physical daily basis. She was like living with him and he was grooming her. So she could have possibly known other things that we'll probably never know. David was cheating on her with Asia. Was he? I have an interview I want to review with her, so we should do that maybe tomorrow. Um, yeah, I have questions for Asia. But anyways, let's continue. She says, "What was that name?" The detective says, "Trayvon Davis." She says, "Okay." The court says, "Is this a convenient place for us to stop for lunch?" Silverman says, "Sure." Okay, both counsels feel free to do so. All right, we're back on the record. We have all counsel present. Mr. Burke is present. We have the second investigating officer at counsel table with the people. Detective Farrell, is that correct? Detective Farrell says, yes, Your Honor. The court says, all right. And we have Detective Byers back on the stand. So I remind you that you remain under oath. Okay, okay. Joshua Byers gets called in. Silverman says, this is direct examination resumed. Detective, before we broke for lunch, we were discussing that you found what you found from looking through the Amazon records you subpoenaed relating to the defendant under the name of Trayvon Davis. And I think we talked about the burn cage. Did you also find the defendant purchased any type of cadaver or body bags? Detective says, yes, there was 2 different cadaver bags purchased. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It's titled Cadaver Bags Purchased from Amazon under alias Trayvon Davis on May 5th of 2025. The using of the name of the aliases is he's so dumb. Wait, he did purchase 2 cadaver bags. So why did he only use the one and then a trash bag? She was tired of being treated like a booty call and hidden from everyone. She deserved a real relationship. He was awful, but I understand being in that kind of position. Yeah. I think Celeste also was more mature for her age at the time, but still a child, if you know what I'm saying. Kids cannot consent. No, they cannot. No, they cannot. Um Silverman says, yes, have another. Oh, cadaver bags purchased under alias Travion Davis. Silverman says, showing you what's been marked now as People's 25. Do you recognize what you see here? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, what is this? He says, that is an Amazon picture of an Amazon cadaver bag that resembled the one that was seen in the trunk of the Tesla, but also on the Amazon purchase history. Silverman says, and were those purchases the defendant made that were delivered to him on May 5th of 2025? He says, yes. Burke says, objection, misstates the evidence. The judge says, and I'm sorry, on what basis? What's the misstatement? Burke says, the misstatement that it was delivered May 5th. The judge says, all right, did you want to clarify? Silverman says, sure. Is that correct that these items were purchased and delivered on May 5th? The detective says, yes. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit of 2 photographs titled Heavy Duty Laundry Bags purchased on Amazon under alias Trayvon Davis, May 5th. May these be marked as Exhibit 26. Silverman says, showing you Exhibit 26, do you recognize what you see here? Detective says, yes, those are images of the purchase history for the 2 heavy duty laundry bags that were purchased under the alias Trayvon Davis by the defendant. Silverman says, and delivered again to the same address, the 1368 address, as we talked about on all of the other items. Detective says, yes. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit titled Inflatable Pool Purchased on Amazon under alias Trayvon Davis, dated May 5th, 2025. May it be marked for identification as People's 27? She says, yes. Silverman then says, showing you Exhibit 27, do you recognize what you see here? He says, yes. Silverman says, what is this? Detective says, that was also indicated in the Amazon purchase records for an inflatable pool that was purchased under the name of Trayvon Davis by the defendant. I believe it was on May 3rd, though. She says, May 3rd? He said, yes. Silverman says, okay. The court says, that was the date of the purchase or the date of the delivery? Detective said, I believe the date of purchase. Silverman says, then was subsequently delivered to the same address on 1368 Doheny? Detective said, yes. Silverman says, did you also note purchases on the same account number under the same alias with respect to any chainsaws? He said, yes, there were 2 different chainsaws purchased under that alias. Both of those, I believe, were on May 1st, 2025. She says, okay, Your Honor, I have another exhibit that these photographs titled 2 chainsaws purchased from Amazon under alias Trayvon Davis. May this be marked as Exhibits 23? Okay, that gets marked. Silverman says, taking a look at this exhibit, what do we see here? The detective said, so there is 3 images depicted here. The one in the background, you can see the orange and black chainsaw. And in the small box below it, you can see the Amazon identifiers of that particular chainsaw. The fact that, like, a chainsaw, for real, David is actually Texas Chainsaw Massacre type shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I've heard Amazon so much in one day, and I'm an add to cart. Just wow. I am too. I live for Amazon. He needed her as a muse. That's why he took her to London. He said he needed a muse to make the CD. That's sick. She says, when you say identifiers, we're talking about an electric chainsaw, 16-inch. Detective says, correct. Silverman says, and when you search the search warrants on September 17th, 2025 at Doheny, did you see a chainsaw in the garage as depicted in this photograph? The detective said, yes, two chainsaws, the orange and black one that you're circling, and then you can see the handle of a pink one kind of in between that magnified box and that black bag. Silverman says, orange and black or red and black? The detective says, red and black. And then you see the other one right there, the pink, the handle of the pink one. Silverman says, and if we look over to the right of People's 23, does this depict the 6-inch handheld chainsaw that was also in the garage at 1368 behind the larger 16-inch chainsaw? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, when you were in the garage area during the search warrants, did you also come across a blue inflatable pool like the one we just looked at in Exhibit 27? The detective said, yes, it was not inflated, but that's a blown up version of the inflatable pool. Silverman says, okay, now in reviewing the various records that you received, did you also review records from Uber? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, and did you find any purchases that were consistent with any of these purchases that we've already looked at on Uber or through Uber? The detective said, yes. Of note, there was 3 purchases that we identified. I identified as being of some interest. Silverman says, what were those? The detective said, there was a shovel that was purchased. Believe it was on April 24th. There was a 10-inch Makita chainsaw purchase from Home Depot to be delivered by Uber/Postmates on May 4th. And there was a purchase from Lowe's for like what was identified as a mop system, which is like a bucket in I don't know if it's a spindle that you kind of wash a mop in and a mop. So identified as a mop system. Silverman says, okay, Your Honor, I have another exhibit that has 2 photographs on it titled Makita 10-inch chainsaw and spin mop purchased by defendant from Home Depot on May 4th. May it be marked, please, as People's 24 for identification? That gets marked. So I'm assuming that he used the shovel to bury one of the other phone and her fingers. Kept the pool, the mats, trash bags with Clorox wipes with her blood on it, etc. Yeah, found out researching this case because some instances say Uber/Postmates. Yeah, they do. Okay, so that gets marked as Exhibit 24. Silverman says, showing you Exhibit 24, and let's start with the photograph on the left. Is this a photograph of the object that you saw in your review of the records of a purchase from Home Depot of a Makita 10-inch chainsaw? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, incidentally, I know we talked about the red and black or the orange and black chainsaw and the small pink 6-inch handheld chainsaw. Did you happen to find this particular chainsaw at the location during the search warrant? He says, no. We identified only the 2 we referred to earlier. The Makita chainsaw we never found. Silverman says, so this was missing. He says, correct. Silverman says, looking at the photograph to the right in Exhibit 24, what do we see here? The detective said, this is kind of a mop system I referred to. It identifies a Libman Tornado spin mop, which consists of a bucket, kind of other buckets you rinse off in the mop itself. Silverman says, was there a particular email address that was associated with the purchase made through the defendant's Amazon account? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, and what email account was that? The detective says it was Trayvon. I believe it was Trayvon D. 0012. I could double check my notes if that. Silverman says, do you have those with you? He says, I do. Silverman says, may he, Your Honor? The court says, yes, you may. Silverman says, thank you. The judge says, when you're done reviewing your notes, if you can look up and you can indicate what you're looking at to refresh your memory. The detective said, these are just notes that I had personally taken of search warrants that I had done, identifying email addresses associated with the defendant, and it is Trayvon D. That's TARAYVIOND @gmail.com. Silverman says, now subsequent to the search warrant and additional investigation in April of this year, did you arrest the defendant? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, and was the defendant's name as appearing on your and what was the defendant's name as appearing on your arrest documents? He says, David Anthony Burke. Silverman says, and do you see him in court today? He says, I do. Can you identify him, please? He's sitting to my right, to the left of the counsel table, wearing an Orange County jumpsuit. The court says, indicating Mr. Burke for the record. Silverman says, where was he arrested from? The detective said he was arrested from 1615 Marmont Avenue in Hollywood Hills, Los Angeles. Silverman says, and was that on April 16th, specifically of 2026? He says, yes. Silverman says, and did you and your partner have contact with the defendant during the booking process as well? He says, yes. And did you observe any markings of the defendant at the time of the booking? He says, yes. Silverman says, can you describe for us what that was? He says, he had a tattoo of the name Celeste on his ring finger. And he also had another tattoo. I think it said SHHH, also on his ring finger. You know what, David? If you really wanted to try to hide it, maybe you should have cut your own finger off. You big disgusting monster. What a little bee. So this address, so 1615 Marmont Avenue, that is the new property he purchased or was renting, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, going to throw my spin mop away. I can never look at it the same. Hi, Doreen. Yeah. I mean, right? He's trying to hide her proof that she was with him by cutting off her finger with the SHHH tattoo on it, but he still has his with Celeste on it. Yeah. He's a big, you know what? I think Celeste was intelligent way more than him. Like you said, she wasn't educated on predators. That's true. I believe he had started renting a new house, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be the new house, or I don't remember. Let me know if you remember. The court says on which hand? I'm sorry, which hand? The detective says of the right hand, I believe. And also an additional tattoo on his palm, a religious reference. I don't remember exactly what that one said, and I believe that was the right palm also. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have an exhibit that has 3 photographs marked as Exhibit 1 and entitled Defendant Booking and Tattoos, April 17th, 2026. May it be marked for identification purposes. Okay, so they get marked. Silverman says, starting with the photograph on the left, is this a photograph that was taken at booking on April 17th? The detective said yes. Silverman says, and the photograph at the top right, it looks like red ink. Which tattoo was this that you were referring to? The detective said, this is the name Celeste that was tattooed on the ring finger, the left ring finger. Looking at the photograph below, says Silverman, bottom right of exhibit 1, this particular tattoo, it looks like it may be blue or black ink. What does that one say? The detective says, that one said SHHH and then several periods after that. Silverman says, when you reviewed the Home Depot records, did you also come across I think you mentioned this, a spade? The detective said, yes. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have an exhibit with a photograph and description titled Spade Purchased from Home Depot and Delivered via Postmates April 24th, 2025. May it be marked as People's 22 for identification? The court says, yes. Silverman says, showing you exhibit 22, is this a picture of the item as it corresponds to the purchase of a spade or a shovel delivered on April 24th? The detective says, I know it was purchased on April 24th. I don't recall if it was delivered the same day. Silverman says, again, reviewing the Amazon records and alias of Trayvon Davis, did you come across any purchases for a fireproof mat? He says, yes. What's a spade? Is that another name for a shovel? What am I missing here? Don't laugh at me. Don't come for me. A spade? Oh, a spade shovel. Okay. Let me show you a picture. A specialized hand tool used primarily for cutting, edging, and digging in the soil. Oh my god. I have plants, but I don't go out there and be working with these tools, if you know what I mean. Don't come for me, okay? I guess it's like this. Hmm. Why do I now know that Amazon sells everything? It's a smaller held handheld digging tool, Melly. Great. Um, she says, "Okay, so did you come across any purchases of a fireproof mat?" She says, he says, "Yes." Um, okay, so exhibit 29 is fire department fireproof mat purchased from Amazon on July 12th. Silverman says, "Can you tell us what we're looking at in these two photographs?" The detective says, "I did notice on the Amazon records a purchase of a fireproof mat that is depicted in these photos. It was also purchased under the alias of Trayvon Davis through Amazon." Silverman says, "May I have one moment, Your Honor?" The court says, "You may." Silverman says, "I have no further questions." Okay, so now there's cross examination by Burke. Burke says, "Good afternoon, Detective Byers." He says, "Good afternoon." She says, "Good to see you." Detective Byers, have you been the primary detective on this case from robbery homicide since September 8th of 2025 when you first were assigned to go to the tow yard? He says, "Myself and my partner were the primary investigators." Yes. Burke says, "And you testified earlier that you supervised and assisted in the processing of the scene at the tow yard with LAPD Forensic Science Division, or was that the medical examiner on the September 8th?" The detective says, "On September 8th was a medical criminalist from the medical examiner's office." Burke says, oh wait, was it Burke? Yeah. Burke says that was to process the vehicle, the body bags, and the plastic bag you described in your testimony. The detective says it was to process the body and the bags, not the vehicle. Burke says, and the vehicle was processed that next day, September 9th, at Piper Tech, correct? Detective says, correct. Burke says, and when you arrived at the tow yard, you arrived after medical examiner investigators. Am I right in that? The detective says, no, incorrect. I arrived after the West Bureau detectives, but prior to the criminalist. Burke says, okay. And the ME, says the detective. Blair Burke says, the crime log records indicate that you arrived at 15:25 Pacific time. Is that correct? Detective says, around there. Burke says, and you took over at the point you arrived from the Hollywood detectives? He says, we took over from West Bureau detectives who took over for Hollywood detectives. Burke says, and how long were West Bureau detectives at the scene? Detective says, I believe Hollywood detectives got a notification in the late morning, 11 o'clock or so. Then the notification went to the West Bureau, so they had been there for a couple of hours prior to our arrival. Burke says, were West Bureau detectives there when the vehicle was opened and the bags were discovered? He says, no. Burke says, when you arrived, the Tesla vehicle was already open. And as you testified earlier, the bags were unzipped. Detective says the front trunk was already opened and the cadaver bag was partially unzipped. Burke says, who had opened those bags? Detective said it was officer, I think it's Parcia from Hollywood. Burke says, okay, and just so we can be clear again, what we're talking about, with the court's permission, may I mark as defense a photograph criminalist taken on September 8th, 2025 at the Hollywood tow yard? Detective Byers, is this the bag that you identified earlier and the plastic bag that you identified earlier as the bags you saw when you arrived to the tow yard on September 8th, 2025? The detective says, just so there's no confusion, when I arrived, the bag with the blue with the body parts in it was still in the car underneath the other cadaver bag. Burke says, okay. Detective said, so that secondary bag wasn't noticed until the cadaver bag was taken out. Burke says, and this picture reflects after the body, the human remains had been removed from both bags. The detective said, the body itself appears to be not in this picture, the torso and the head. It's hard to tell from that lower picture whether that bag is open or closed or contents in there or not. Burke says, okay, now when you first arrived at the scene, there were medical examiner investigators already interacting with that bag and the vehicle. Is that correct? Silverman says, objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony. He's already said they didn't come until after he arrived. The judge says, well, it's cross examined, so you may ask the question. Burke says, thank you. The court says, but with regard to the underlying facts, please state the facts as they've been testified to. Burke says, of course. Did you, when you first arrived at the car, was there anyone interacting with the vehicle or the zippered bag? The detective says no. Burke says, did you inspect the vehicle and the zippered bag? The detective says, no, I physically looked at the vehicle but never touched the vehicle. And by law, we don't touch the bodies of a decedent. That's the medical examiner that has the authority to do that. Burke says, and when you approached the vehicle, how long was it before medical examiner investigators arrived? The detective said, I believe it was less than an hour. Burke says, and after the medical examiners arrived, you observed the medical examiner investigator further unzip the bag and open the second plastic bag as well. The detective said, yes, once the cadaver bag was removed from the front truck and placed on the side, that's when the second bag was observed and then removed from the vehicle and opened by the ME. Burke says, and who directed, if you know, the bags to be removed from the vehicle at that time? The detective said, that would have been either myself or my partner. We were both there. I could have been the one that told them had to remove it. Burke says, and you were the one who also directed that both bags be taken into evidence for inventory and examination? The detective says, no. I know the cadaver bag was not taken as evidence after consulting with the criminal supervisor due to the contents of the bag would not be able to be preserved. The liquefaction and decomposition wouldn't allow for them to be stored. So, at the advice of the criminalist, we had them remove the handles to the bag and the zipper for processing. That is so brutal. How badly she was decomposed. Yeah, I know. Amazon's selling it. You would think they would only sell like body bags to freaking licensed professionals. The contents of the body bag were not able to be preserved, the liquefaction and decomposition. Okay. Burke says, and is it your testimony that once the limbs were removed from the bag and the torso and the head were removed, that you did not take either bag into evidence? The detective says, I know we did not take the cadaver bag with the torso and the head. As I said, that was after a consult with the criminalist from LAPD. I don't recall if the secondary bag with the severed limbs was taken or not. I don't recall. Burke says, was there any testing that was performed before the bag was released or destroyed as to what you described as a body bag or cadaver bag? He says, no. As I said, after consulting with the criminalist, the best action to be taken was to remove the items that most likely could have been touched by someone, meaning the handles. If you remember from that picture, there were several handles around that cadaver bag that were taken and the zipper. Burke says, and was any other testing applied, to your knowledge, to the outside of the body bag or the plastic bag in terms of fingerprinting or misting of blue star or phenolphthalein swabbing? The detective said no. As I said, after talking with the criminalist and describing the kind of decomposition and the condition of the body and kind of the toll the environment had taken on that bag, it was opted just to pursue the avenue of cutting off the components of the bag. Burke says, so if the medical examiner indicated that the black body bag or cadaver bag, as you described it, and that trash bag were collected, placed, and sealed in a biohazard double bag and taken into evidence, that would be incorrect. Silverman says, I'm going to object. Assume facts not in evidence. Oh, so Blair Burke is saying, like, you didn't take the whole thing, but you took the handles and the zipper. Therefore, my client is innocent. Interesting. The court says sustained and calls for speculation. Burke says, Detective, you also participated in the processing of the Tesla vehicle at Piper Tech the next day, correct? He says, yes. Burke says, and did you search or take in any items of evidence from the Tesla vehicle yourself? He says, we took the receipt. I don't remember if we took the receipt, photographed it, and collected it, or if the criminalists collected that with all the other evidence they took from the vehicle. Burke says, did you take any other physical evidence or coordinate with the criminalists to take any other physical evidence? Silverman says, Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. There has been a lot of questioning and I've let it go so far, but I'm objecting now under Penal Code Section 866B. The court says, I'll give a little more leeway to the extent that the people brought in physical items of evidence. But yes, the preliminary hearing is not to be used for discovery. Burke says, of course not. The court says, but to the extent that you're asking about the items as it relates to what was brought up by the people, the court will allow it. But as it relates to discovery, that would also include either chain of custody or additional testing as far as being precluded under preliminary hearing being used for discovery purposes. So I'll give you a little more leeway, but keep a focus on, Burke says, I'm going to be brief, Your Honor. The court says, I understand, but keep it brief or not, it's still not to be used for discovery. So Burke says, of course. The judge says, keep it focused on what was brought up by the people on direct examination. Burke then says, were there any other items, physical items, that were taken into evidence when the car was processed on September 9th, 2025 at Piper Tech that you were aware of? He says, I don't recall all of that was taken aside from swabs from the vehicle during processing. Burke says, okay, detective, you testified earlier that you wrote a search warrant for 1368 Doheny Drive and executed that warrant at 1368 Doheny on September 17th, 2025, correct? He says 1368 Doheny Place. Burke says Doheny Place. He says, yeah. She says, excuse me. And you were the detective in charge of that search on September 17th? The detective says, well, it was a big residence, so we had multiple supervisors supervising the various searches that were going on. We had 3 floors, so there were teams moving about between the garage, the first floor, and the second floor. Burke says, did you maintain any kind of crime log or record of all the detectives present and when anybody came or left? Silverman says, same objection under 866, Your Honor. The court says, I'll allow that question. The witness says, did I keep a log of everybody that was there? Burke says, yes. Or did any other officer keep a log of everybody that was arriving or leaving when they were arriving or when they were leaving? The detective says, there are detailed notes from various detectives identifying who was searching where. So there are notes of that. She says, but not a log per se. He says, I don't believe there is a crime scene log per se. And I think she's referring to like chain of custody here somewhat. Yeah, evil. Burke says, and you and your partner also gave instruction to criminalists and detectives there for items that you wanted them to look for, possible tools or instruments or weapons that would have been used in dismemberment of any kind. The detective says, yes, I mean, this was about a weekend, so we didn't have a lot of information as to what we exactly were looking for other than a dismembered body. So there could be a variety of tools that could be used for that. Burke says, but you gave specific directions about looking for tools and items that may have been used in a dismemberment. The detective said, yes. Burke says, earlier you testified about a so-called burn cage that you said you had discovered at the home. Is that correct? He says, yes. Okay, and did you personally identify that burn cage? The detective says, I mean, I saw it in the residence. It was an unopened box on the second floor of the residence near the piano above the stairway. So I did see it there. Yes. Burke says, at the time of the search, did you document in any way that you had discovered the bird cage? The detective says, document by photographers having photographs of it? Yes. Burke says, did you have it tested with phenolphthalein or Blue Star or any chemical re- reagents? He says, test the unopened box. Burke says, yes. The detective said, no. Burke says, but your testimony is that you knew it was a burn cage on September 17th when you executed the search warrant. The detective said, yes. Burke says, if I may briefly, if I could impose on the deputy district attorney for Exhibit 28. Silverman says, sure. Burke says, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 28, is it your testimony that this photograph was taken by LAPD or LAPD criminalists on September 17th, 2025? Detective says, yes, I believe so. Burke says, and you personally identified it as a burn cage on that day, correct? The detective says, yes, I saw it that day. Burke says, and you did not take it into evidence or collect it as evidence in the case. He says, correct. Burke says, you testified earlier, detective, that, so let me be clear. The burn cage you're talking about having been discovered on September 17th, and you indicated that you had later determined that there was an Amazon order of some kind of burn cage. Detective says, yes. Burke says that burn cage was ordered all the way in July of 2025, correct? Detective said, yes. Burke says, okay, not before April 23rd, 2025, correct? He says, correct. Burke says, and you also testified about the fact that during the search of 1368 Doheny, you found a number of chainsaws and electric saws. Detective says 2 chainsaws, and there was another electric saw, like a sawzall, that was a straight blade. That was the second. First floor, second floor above the garage. Those are the 3 items, 3 saws. So she's basically saying, like, why didn't they take that in for evidence or fingerprint it to see if it was actually like David who moved that box around and accepted it? I could see where she's coming from, which I also question that, but I guess if it was unopened, but still, it was evidence or in the vicinity. I don't know. So, okay. That was on the second, first floor, 3 saws. Burke says, you found 3 saws. He says, yes. Burke says, and those 3 saws, 2 were found in the garage and 1 was found on the second floor. He says, yes. Burke says, and you had those items tested with Blue Star reagent and phenolphthalein, if I'm saying that correct. He says, yes. Burke says, and all 3 of those items tested negative for chemiluminescence or being, I'm probably saying those wrong, or being phenol positive, correct? He says, correct. Burke says, and you had those items tested for DNA as well? Detective says, I don't remember if the criminalist swabbed the handle for DNA. I don't know. Burke says, but in fact, you never collected those items at all as evidence in the case. Ooh. He says that's correct. Once the tests were negative for blood by the criminalist, they were not collected. Hmm. Burke says, and having directed the items that could be possibly connected to dismemberment, you also did not collect those items for any testing as to tool marks or any kind of marks on the saw blades that could have been consistent with that dismemberment. The detective says, when they were tested by the criminalist and determined not to have human blood, and speaking of criminalist, if those chainsaws had been used to dismember a human body, they would have not been able to be cleaned to a point where there would be no remnants of human blood or tissue. Burke says, but there could be DNA, correct? Detective says, no, maybe on a handle, but not on a dismemberment blade or a chainsaw. Burke says, so no DNA testing was ever performed on any of those 3 saws at the house? Silverman says, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered twice now. The court says, sustained. Burke says, Your Honor, if I may mark for identification as defense be a one photograph of 1368 Doheny on September 17th, 2025. Wait, they they didn't do any DNA testing on the two saws, but there's one missing that could have had DNA. Hmm. Burke says, Detective, the chainsaw. The two chainsaws you described earlier are the chainsaws in the back of the photo with the orange coloring and the black base with the cord hanging off of it. The detective said, That's one. And then the pink one next to it, where you can see the yes right there. Burke says, Okay. And at some point during the course of your investigation, you examined the make and model of the chainsaw ordered on Amazon that you testified to earlier. He says, Yes. Burke says, and did you match that make and model of a chainsaw with this black and orange chainsaw? He says, yes. Burke says, did you do the same for this pink handle that you see that you testified earlier was a chainsaw also? He said, yes. Burke says, and you matched that order to the chainsaw that had been ordered on Amazon, correct? He says, yes. Burke says, after you completed your search of 1368 Doheny, you had, along with the criminalist at the scene, collected a significant number of items of potential biological evidence and physical evidence, correct? He says, yes. Burke says, you testified that you collected and booked into evidence a number of cell phones and computer devices. The detective said, yes. Burke says, did you personally collect those items or did someone else? He says, I personally did not collect them. Burke says, who collected them? Silverman says, I'll object. That's vague. Which items are we talking about? The court says, sustained. Burke says, Detective, you testified earlier that you collected 4 cell phones when you conducted the search at Doheny. Is that correct? The detective says, I think I testified to 1 cell phone, but there were multiple that were recovered from that residence during the search. Burke says, do you know how many were recovered? He says, I believe there was 2 in the garage and 2 upstairs. And then there was multiple laptops and a computer tower. And then like an Apple computer with monitor included, like all in one. Burke says, and the one cell phone you testified about earlier, you testified it was a cell phone recovered from the second floor on a coffee table. The detective says, yes. So it was a top floor. So you have the garage, up some stairs to the first floor. And then the next floor is where the den, it was in the bedroom where the iPhone 15 was found. Burke says, okay. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I mark as defense C iPhone 15 Pro Max recovered at Doheny on September 17th, 2025? The court says it's a photo, correct? She says it's a photo, yes. So that gets marked for identification. Burke says, Detective, this is the same iPhone to which you testified earlier about having discovered it on the second floor coffee table, correct? He says, yes. How did you identify it as an iPhone 15? The detective said, upon bringing another search warrant for the device, it was identified by cell phone extraction with those indicators. Burke says, okay, and that cell phone extraction was that warrant prepared after you recovered the phone? He says, yes. Burke says, and you had no personal knowledge of the contents of the phone. You didn't open it in any way at the time or identify any material on the phone, correct? He says, that is correct. Burke says, and you wrote a series of search warrants after you discovered the iPhone 15 at the Doheny residence. Is that right? Regarding the iPhone 15? The detective said, is your question, did I write multiple search warrants for the same iPhone? Burke says, no, related to the discovery of that iPhone. He says, I'm not sure. I don't understand the question. Burke says, let me rephrase. Detective, is it true that subsequent to the search at Doheny, you wrote a search warrant for Celeste Rivas Hernandez iCloud information based on an iPhone that had been discovered at 1368 Doheny? He says, I wrote for Celeste's iCloud based on her descriptors, but I've also written for various iCloud phone numbers for her and email addresses identified through the investigation belonging to her. Burke says, and one of those search warrants, she wrote, you filed a sworn affidavit indicating in your application for a warrant that on September 17th, a search warrant was served at Doheny. And one of the items recovered was an Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max identified with the email address of Abigail Blue 977 at iCloud.com, which is believed to have belonged to the victim, Celeste Rivas. Is that correct? The detective says, yeah, I don't know. What date is that warrant? Burke says, Burke says there is no date on the face of the warrant. If it would refresh your recollection, I'm happy to show you. The detective says, sure. Burke says, Your Honor, may I approach? You may. The detective says, so on February 12th, 2026 is when I wrote this warrant inquiring about the email address. Burke says, and you represented in that warrant in the affidavit that an iPhone 15 Pro Max had been found at the residence, correct? He says, I didn't read the entire warrant, but I referenced iPhones being recovered, certainly at that residence. Burke says, and you represented that iPhone 15 Pro Max was a phone you believed belonged to Celeste. He says, I don't remember referencing that phone belonging to her. Burke says, okay, would it? And he says, sure. Witness says, yes, it says that the email address belongs to her. It doesn't say the phone. Burke says, does that refresh your recollection? He says, not if the question is, did the phone belong to her? Burke says, if the question is, did you swear in the search warrant that one item recovered was an iPhone 15 Pro Max and identified the email address of Abigail Blue, which is believed to have belonged to the victim, Celeste Rivas? Silverman says, Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. It's argumentative and conflating two different items. I think that the detective has answered. The court says, well, on relevance grounds, what's the order of proof going into this? Burke says, this phone, we believe, the people are going to allege that there was material found on the phone and that the phone, the people will allege we believe incorrectly belonged to David Burke. The court says, all right. Burke says, and we believe it's directly relevant. The judge says, all right, at this point, the people haven't brought up that particular phone yet. It may go to count 2. Wait, that's wild. She says, we believe there are people going to allege that the material found on the phone and the phone. So they're saying, no, that was Celeste's phones, not David's, right? Yeah, they didn't keep things that didn't test positive for blood because they can't take everything in a house. Burke has to try to create doubt, so she's throwing everything at the wall. I agree, Alexa. Um, she says, the judge says it may go to count 2. So at this point, as it relates to what the people have brought up on relevance ground, the court's not going to allow you to question further. If it becomes relevant for count 2 and you want to recall the detective, I will certainly allow you to do that. Ms. Burke says, thank you, Your Honor. Detective, after the search at 1368 Doheny, there was a release of the scene. There was no preservation of 1368 Doheny once you left on the evening hours of September 17th. Is that right? He says, hold on, I have to cough. Oh, thanks, Jen. Jen says you're amazing at reading these. Yeah. I mean, we've done our fair share of reading here. But thank you. He says, yes, I don't remember if we left after midnight, if it went into the 18th or not. But after we left and completed our search, the scene was released to the owner. Um, Blurk. Burke says, okay, and in your testimony about the items ordered, the chainsaws, the body bags, the laundry bag, the shovel, all of those items you determined were ordered on or after April 24th, 2025. Is that correct? He says, yes. Burke says, none of the items you testified were ordered prior to that date, correct? He says, correct. Burke says, nothing further. The court says, all right, thank you. And just to be clear, because I am making myself a note as to you wish to recall the detective if it comes up later, we're talking about the iPhone 15 found on the second floor of the living space at the Doheny address, correct? That you wish to challenge. And as I understand, there was some discussion as to whose phone with which email address associated to it at the particular time. Am I understanding correctly what you're identifying? Burke says yes. The court says, okay. Burke says, if we could have this witness subject to recall so I could inquire. The judge says, absolutely. Burke says, thank you. The judge says, okay, I'm making myself a note. All right, redirect. Silverman says, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have a photograph of the back end of the black Tesla titled Defendant's Tesla at Hollywood Tow Yard, September 8th, 2025. May it be marked as People's 13? So she says yes. This is redirect examination. Silverman says, one photograph, detective, I forgot to show you. Looking at the back of this vehicle is that the condition that you found the vehicle in when at least the back end of it depicted in this photograph, exhibit 13, when you went to the tow yard in September? The detective says yes. Wait, did I say this was? Yeah, Silverman says, so it appeared it was covered heavily in dust. He says yes. Silverman says, and the same license plate, I know you mentioned a Texas license plate. Is that the same license plate that we saw with respect to the exhibit where it was parked on Bluebird in May of 2025? The detective says, yes. Silverman says, all right, I have nothing further. The court says, all right, Miss Burke, anything further? Miss Burke says, yes, just briefly. If the deputy district attorney could just hand me that exhibit. Silverman says, sure. The court said, People's 13. Burke said, People's 13, Your Honor. Miss Burke's recross. Detective Byers, am I correct that there was extensive damage that you identified on the back of the vehicle at the tow yard on September 8th, 2025? Detective said, yes, it's kind to a little at the bottom of the picture, but the rear bumper was wrapped and there was some damage kind of by the license plate. Burke says, to your knowledge, was the vehicle, after it was taken to Piper Tech, taken into evidence, impounded, and taken into evidence? He says, from the tow yard? She says, yes. Detective says, yes. Burke says, and am I correct that no testing was performed on the trunk or the damaged areas of that vehicle on the exterior of the vehicle? He says, I would imagine there wouldn't be on the exterior. No. Burke says, but you know of no testing that was performed. The detective says, correct. Photographed, and that would be it. Burke says, and in fact, you released the vehicle after that to be destroyed, correct? He says, no, we don't release it to be destroyed. We release it to, Burke says, just into the wild, or he says, Miss Silverman says, well, I'm going to object, Your Honor, if she could let him answer the question before she makes a comment. Burke is so rude. So that damage to David's car, I wonder if that happened when he was out there burying her fingers and burying the evidence or hiding the evidence. How many phones did they actually take into evidence? It sounds like it was just 2. Or am I wrong? His and hers, right? But she had 2 because she had her own phone and then the one David got her. Oh, Alexa says, not sure because they had to get most of it from iCloud. The 2 phones they've been talking about so far are the 2 not found, if I remember correctly. I don't think they have either of them. Really? I might have to go back to that part. She says, and in fact, you released the vehicle after that to be destroyed, correct? He says, oh, yeah. So she says, into the wild. The court says, yes. Silverman says, I'm also objecting to the response that she just made, which is argumentative. The witness says, we authorize vehicles. The court says, well, I will allow the witness to finish his answer. You may finish. The detective says, I never authorized the vehicle to be released into the wild, but I have authorized it to be released to a registered owner or a legal owner. Burke says, did you ever notify David Burke or the registered owner of the vehicle? Detective said, as required by law, we mail out the impound notice that they're released to the owner. Yes. Burke says, when did you do that? The detective says it would have been the day or the day after it was finished being processed. Burke says, but it was no longer available after the day you did that for any kind of chain of custody or examination, correct? Silverman says, well, I'm going to object. Those are two different things. I don't know what chain. I don't understand the question regarding chain of custody after it's been released. The court says, do you understand the question? The detective says, not necessarily, because once the vehicle is released, there is no more chain of custody. It's out of your possession. Burke says, thank you, Your Honor. Burke says, thank you, detective. And detective, finally, when you describe those items at the house that you say were ordered on Amazon, you didn't find during your search any shovel at the house, correct? He says, no. Burke says, and did you search anywhere outside of the house or just in the interior of the home? Detective says, we went around the house as well. Oh, so he got rid of the shovel as well. They have to refer to the iCloud for most of this. I can't swear to it though. Let me see. I'm looking. Oh, it says official court records and prosecution statements in the case against David do not specify an exact numerical count of individual mobile phones taken into evidence. Instead, prosecutors have broadly referenced search warrants executed on Burke's cell phone, associated iCloud accounts, and digital data retrieved from multiple devices as part of 40 terabytes of total collected evidence. Wait, I don't get that. Pretty sure none of the phones were found. Maybe they have one of his phones. Tranquilizer is missing, I think. But I thought they had one phone, right? Of his, because that's the iCloud account that where they got all the CSAM from. He says, we went around the house as well. Burke says, where did you go outside the house? He says the entire house there was a swimming pool in the backyard. So there is not much to check there. And there is a various area of grass and things like that that were at least walked through. Burke says, and did you, during your search of the house, discover any, I think you testified, fireproof mats at the house? He says, never found that. Burke says, and earlier, when you testified that you had discussed with the criminalist about the destruction of the two bags that the human remains were found in at the tow yard, who was that criminalist? The detective says, I don't think I ever mentioned the destruction of the bags. It was more not being able to collect the bags and preserve them. There was a senior criminalist by the name of Julia Wilkinson. Burke says, thank you. Nothing further at this time. The court says, all right, thank you. Silverman says, no, thank you. The court says, you may step down, sir. You are subject to recall. Is that a lot? What, the terabytes? Yeah, it's a lot. So people, you may call your next witness. Silverman says, yes, people call Ben Gregor. The court clerk says, please raise your right hand. Okay, go ahead, have a seat. The witness says, it's Benjamin, last name Gregor. Silverman says, Your Honor, for the record, I believe his counsel has entered the room and is sitting here. The court says, okay, which one is the counsel? Miss Jenness says, good afternoon, Your Honor. Evan Jenness for Mr. Gregor. The court says, all right, thank you. So Benjamin is called on behalf of the people as a witness. Silverman says, good afternoon, Mr. Gregor. He says, good afternoon. Can you tell us how you're currently employed? He says, I'm currently self-employed. Silverman says, in what area? Benjamin says, I own a record label or a distribution company, I should say, and then I also have a small business management practice that I still run. Silverman says, and when you say run a small business management company, what are your typical clientele? Benjamin says, my typical clientele has been for the last 3 or 4 years m- more record label predominant. Say a lot of back end finance work, royalty analysis, tracking income, and expenses related to different projects that artists are conducting, whether it's albums, mixtapes, EPs, single releases, music videos, things like that. On the business management side, it's predominantly in the day to day bookkeeping and financial matters for artists, touring musicians, and predominantly the record table stuff. Silverman says, so artists involved in the music industry. Benjamin says, correct, yes. Silverman says, thank you. And prior to this, were you employed by a company called Mogul Vision? He says, yes, I was employed by Mogul Vision Partners. Yes. Silverman says, and what kind of company is Mogul Vision? He says, we're a management company, a music management company. She says, music or talent management? He says, correct. Silverman says, okay, and how many years were you employed by Mogul Vision? He says, about a year and a half with Mogul Vision Partners. I had worked with Mogul Vision, Mr. Marshall's other company, for several years. Silverman says, which company was that? He says, Mogul Vision. She says, I thought you said with his other company. He says, yeah. So he had Mogul Vision LLC, and then he had Mogul Vision Partners, which is where he did the full time or the full music management company that he built. Reporters request clarification. So Benjamin says Mogul. Silverman says, what years were you employed by Josh Marshall with Mogul Vision? He says, I met Josh in late mid 2017 and had started working with him and his artists at that point in time while I was working at a company called Citron Cooperman, which was an accounting firm that I was employed at that point. And then it wasn't until 2020 where Josh and I started working together as I went out, self employed. Silverman says, and was that with Mogul Vision LLC or Mogul Vision Partners? He says, that was Mogul Vision LLC. Silverman says, and when did you begin working with him, the company Mogul Vision Partners? Benjamin says, I think we formed Mogul Vision Partners in 2024. Silverman says, and you said you were there for about a year and a half to 2 years. He says, correct. Silverman says, so that would have been 2024 through 2025 or into this year as well. He says it would extend into the top portion of this year. Silverman says, when did you stop working for Mogul Vision Partners this year? He says in March. And why was that? He says Josh moved on to other endeavors and he wasn't conducting any business under Mogul Vision Partners anymore. Silverman says, and what was your title at Mogul Vision Partners? He says, I was senior finance manager. I forget the specific title. She says, director of finance, perhaps? He says, director of finance, yes, that is correct. Silverman says, was there anybody else in the finance area within the company? He says, no, there was not. Silverman says, and how many people worked at this company? He says, it was myself, Nathan Evans. He had Josh had an assistant. Her name is Karen, and Rob Morganroth. Silverman says, and Karen is his sister. Benjamin says, I believe so. I think it's his half sister. Silverman says, okay, anybody else work at that company? Benjamin says, from the core people that were on payroll, that was it. She says, okay, how many clients as a director of finance did you handle? He says, I worked with David. I worked with Ruby Benton, also known as Ruby Rose, and that was it. Ruby ended up going in different directions. The company was really just managing David at this point. Silverman says, do you recall testifying at the grand jury in February of this year? He says, I do recall. Silverman says, and do you recall testifying that you were hired through Mogul Vision to be sort of the financial advisor to all things David? And I asked you, so you only worked with David, and you said only David, correct? He says, yeah, I had only worked with David, yes. Silverman says, and so he says, Ruby was like a come and go artist. I really didn't do much of anything with her at the point in time. Silverman says, so you really only one client at Mogul Vision? He says, that's correct. Silverman says, and that would be the defendant. Benjamin says, that's correct. Do you see him in here in court today? He says, yes, I do. Can you identify him, please, in some manner? Benjamin says he's sitting here wearing an orange jumpsuit with glasses. The court says, okay, he has been identified. Silverman says, who was Mogul Vision or Mogul Vision Partners owned by? He says, Joshua Marshall. Silverman says, would you say that he was a friend of yours or still a friend of yours? Benjamin says, I say we are colleagues of each other. I wouldn't say we're deep friends or friends. Silverman says, did you describe him as your friend when you testified? He says, yeah. Silverman says, at the grand jury? He says, yes, I did. At the beginning, we had a, longstanding relationship with each other. We were friendly with each other. Yes, I did consider him my friend. She says, still today? Benjamin says, I would consider him more of a colleague today than anything else. Interesting. I do think that have at least one because they tell us to unlock his screen and pic of him and Celeste in bed, topless but partly covered with a blanket. Ew, he's sick. She says, okay, when was the last time you spoke with him? She says, or Benjamin says, sometime at the end of May, beginning of June. She says, of this year? He says, that's correct, yes. Silverman says, and what did the two of you discuss? Benjamin says, just catching up. We didn't really get a chance to find the time to discuss much of anything in detail. She says, what was this a get together by phone? He says, no, just by phone. Silverman says, by phone? How long did the two of you catch up for? He says, 2 or 3 minutes. Silverman says, and what was the nature of your conversation? Miss Bednarski says, objection, Your Honor, relevance. The court says, I'll give a little leeway. Silverman says, did you talk about this case? Benjamin says, no, we did not. Silverman says, not at all. Benjamin says, I have not talked to Josh about the case. She says, since when? He says, since March, April of this year, Josh refused to really have any kind of conversation about this case. Silverman says, how often do you speak with him? Benjamin said, that was the last time I spoke to him. She says, before that, when was the last time before that you spoke with him? He says, we'd speak maybe once a month. Silverman said, and he is also represented by your same lawyer, correct? Ms. Bednarski says, objection, relevance, Your Honor. The court says, sustained. This is a probable cause hearing. Burke says, what was your salary? Oh, wait, did I say Silverman this whole time? Burke's, wait. I need to go back. I might have been saying the wrong one since it doesn't have the name. Okay, so it was Burke there. Oh, yeah, no, I was right. Silverman, okay. Yeah, Silverman, okay. Burke says, wait, when did it jump to? The court says sustain. This is a probable cause hearing. Burke says, what was your salary paid by Mogul Vision? He says $100,000. Burke says, did you also receive bonuses? He says, yes, I did. How much? He says, I received an initial 2,000 in total. 200,000 in total. 200 or 250? He says, I received 200. Burke says, do you remember testifying? Is it Burke though? Because it says questioned by Miss Burke. But then it says it's Miss Silverman. Is that a typo or can she ask questions like that? Yeah, because I thought this was questioning by Silverman. That's confusing. I wonder if that was like a typo or if I'm wrong. He says, I received an additional 200,000 in total. Question 200 or 250. He says, I received 200. do you remember testifying at the grand jury that you received $250,000 in bonuses? He says, I do recall that, yes. Was that accurate or was the 200,000 accurate? He says, the 200,000 is accurate. Apologies. She says, no apologies needed. I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're talking about. And what do you expect to make, if anything, in the year of 2026? He says, myself, personally. She says, from this business, you said you were still working for Mogul Vision as late of March this year. Ms. Bednarski says, objection, Your Honor, irrelevant. I think that was a typo. I think that was supposed to say Silverman, not Burke. Yeah. I think Burke asked questions, but this is Silverman questioning him. There are a few typos in the transcripts for sure. Yeah, it looks like an error. Hopefully that we're right. Bednarski says, objection, Your Honor, irrelevant. Silverman says he only had one client. There is a financial gain. The court says, hold on. I understand that. Is this going to some motive or bias? Silverman says it may. The judge says, okay, well, this is probable cause hearing, so I just need an offer of proof as to why we're going into this at this stage. Silverman says, it's both of those two things that I just mentioned. The judge says the court will grant a little leeway based on those two matters. Ms. Bednarski says, objection to the question, then vague as phrased. It's not clear whether she is talking about his salary overall or whether she is talking about his salary, some wage that is relevant here. The judge says, if you want to clarify as it relates to the business concerning the defendant as opposed to something else. Silverman says, sure. The judge says, since this case is proceeding. Silverman says, given that you said you only had one client at Mogul Vision, that being the defendant, how much money, if any, did you expect to make this year through Mogul Vision? Bednarski says, objection. Same objection with respect to any other business. It's irrelevant. With respect to this client. The judge says, hold on, I will allow it as it goes to bias and motive. But as it goes to bias and motive, that would indicate how much money the witness might have been making with his relationship with Mr. Burke as opposed to some other unnamed client going forward. So if you want to, Silverman says, correct. The judge says, clarify this whole year, which encompasses far more than simply with Mr. Burke. Silverman says, again, I'm only interested in the work that he did for the defendant, which includes his family. The judge says, so if you want to clarify your question and answer only as it relates to how much you expect to make based upon your relationship with Mr. Burke or Mr. Burke's family, okay? Benjamin says, okay, yeah. Bednarski says, Your Honor, I don't know what the question is pending. I'm confused. Is there a question pending? The judge says, I just clarified that anything related to how much he expects to make is limited to his relationship with Mr. Burke or Mr. Burke's family. Bednarski says, okay, thank you. He says, I'm sorry, can you just repeat the question for me, please? Silverman says, sure. How much, if any, money do you expect to make this year regarding your work through Mogul Vision for the defendant or any of his family members relating to his business? He says, I am not making any additional income from Mogul Vision. She says, thank you. So are you still owed any money? He says, no, I'm not. Silverman says, from your work with the defendant or any of his accounts? He says, no, I am not. She says, so you have now been paid back all of the money that you had previously testified was outstanding? He says, that is correct. She says, thank you. What was your relationship with Robert Morganroth? Benjamin says, Rob, since this event had occurred, started a travel agency more full time. I talk to Rob pretty regularly. He's worked on a couple of other touring artists I've had through different record labels, booking tour travel, hotels, airfare. Silverman says, so you're still in contact with him, and also it appears on some type of business relating to other clients. Benjamin says, yeah, I mean, not to clarify, they're not theoretically my individual clients. Rob was looking for other businesses to book through his travel agency, and I had known a couple people that were going on tour. Silverman says, okay, and would you consider him a friend of yours? Benjamin says, I consider Rob and I to be friendly, yeah. She says, and you knew him prior to your work with Mogul Vision, correct? He says, no, I was introduced to Rob through Mogul Vision. Silverman says, okay, when did you last speak with him? He says, about a week ago. Silverman says, did any of that relate to anything regarding the case? He says, yeah, yes. Silverman says, what was the nature of your conversation with him about this case? Ms. Benarski says, Your Honor, I'll object. It calls for hearsay. The judge says the court will allow it not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener. You may continue. Silverman says, go ahead. Benjamin says he had shown me two pieces of mail that his mom had received in relation to, I guess, some wiretapping or information related to his records being subpoenaed. Silverman says, okay, anything else? He says, that was it. Silverman says, and what was his role at Mogul Vision while you were there? Benjamin said he was a day-to-day manager. Silverman says, and he was living in Los Angeles with the defendant at that point. Benjamin says he had moved from Florida to LA to be more on the ground with David. Yes. Silverman says, okay, and as a director of finance, how much was he paid per year to work with David? Benjamin says $250,000 per year. He says, correct. Silverman says, what about bonuses that he received? Benjamin says, I think he might have received $50,000 or $75,000 bonus at one point. Silverman says, describing your role as a financial manager or business manager for the defendant, what it is you did for your salary. He says, sure, I predominantly handled all of the accounts payable related to David's businesses. Most of that work was conducted around touring, as a touring business early sort of kicked off, and a lot of logistics in terms of sourcing, insurance, handling crew payroll, things of that nature. Silverman said, so tour financing. He says, correct. Silverman says, okay, salaries of everybody involved in the tour. He says, Silverman says, did you handle that as well? Benjamin says, I mean, we had employment agreements for each of the crew members. Per that agreement, and then stipulated what they were getting paid. Silverman says, how about estate management? Were you also involved in estate management regarding all of his finances? Benjamin says, we had helped him set up a trust. That was it. It got passed on to a different attorney to do all of the paperwork and get everything sorted. Silverman says, is that the Thorn Rose Trust? He says, correct. Silverman says, and did you begin working with him before 2024 when you said you started working for Mogul Vision Partners? Benjamin says, yeah, we started working together in 2023. Silverman said, and his financial advisor? He says, not concretely. I was assisting Josh in what he wanted to accomplish through the management company and how to kind of bring it all in-house. Silverman says, okay, you were advising him, though, regarding finances, right? Benjamin says, not specific finances, but costs related to whatever he was incurring at that point in time. Silverman says, and when did you first meet him? Benjamin responds with in 2023. Silverman says, in April? He says, yes. Where? He says, here in Los Angeles. Did he already have a business entity set up at that point? Benjamin says, correct, yes. Silverman says, and what company was that? He responds, he had D4VD Entertainment. Silverman says, an LLC? He says, correct. Silverman says, did you also work with his mother, who is his personal finance director? He says, correct. Who was that? He says, Colleen Burke. Ah, this is where it came out that Mama is running the finances. Hi, Crystal. Rob is so sus. I agree. Yeah. Bernarski. Yeah, respectfully. Be quiet. So Mama knew he was dating a child, and Mama is handling the big bucks. Got it. Or has control over it, shall I say. Silverman says, and there was a salary that was paid to her for her work as the head of his D4VD Entertainment LLC. He says, correct. How much was that? $75,000 per year? He says, yes. What did that encompass? Benjamin says she was entitled to handling all of the approvals for bills that needed to be paid out. Any conversation we had related to household requirements, whether it was an improvement or utility bill that needed to be handled. Wow. Silverman says, was that with respect to the two homes he purchased? He says, correct. Silverman said, and where were those two homes? Benjamin said, one is in Cypress, Texas. The other one is in just outside, Silverman says, Houston? He says, I'm sorry, yeah. Silverman says, you visited both of those homes in Texas. He says, I did. Silverman says, and in addition to the approval of payroll and bills, did she also handle the day-to-day bookkeeping? He says, she was supposed to, yes. Silverman says, and she was qualified to handle that job, or did you have to assist her? Benjamin says, we had assisted at the beginning. Silverman says, okay, so you explained to her or taught her how to do this job. Benjamin said, through the normal bookkeeping on QuickBooks, yes. Silverman says, and besides his LLC, how many other entities did the defendant own? Two others. Silverman says, what are those? He says, School Rose Merchandising and Headspace Publishing. Silverman says, and Headspace Publishing, what was that company set up for? Benjamin says, his music publishing. Silverman says, for advances on royalties? Benjamin said, yeah, he received a publishing advance. Yes. Silverman said, okay, approximately how much is that published entity worth? Benjamin said, I believe it's still unrecouped. Silverman says, okay, did you testify previously that that account is worth $3 million? Benjamin says, roughly, yes. Is that correct? He says, I believe so, yes. Silverman says, you also mentioned his merchandising company, correct? What was the name of that company? Benjamin said, that's the School Rose Merchandising Company. She says, is that through Bravado? He says, he had a Bravado deal, yes. Silverman says, is that under the auspices of the umbrella of Interscope Records or Universal Music Group? Benjamin says, I believe that is their merchandising entity, yes. Silverman says, and how much money did he receive in advances in that particular company? Benjamin says he received a $1 million advance. Silverman said, okay, what's the value of Thorn Rose Trust? He says total value with all properties, probably 1.2, 1.5. I don't have a specific gauge on it. Silverman says, what do you mean a page? Benjamin says, I don't have any specific valuation of what the assets of those two homes should be worth today. I need to pause there because this keyword up here, Interscope Records. Did he, anyone? Interesting. He had money. Silverman says today, he says, yes. She says, so back at the time when you were handling them, they were in the nature of 1.2 to 1.5 million. He says, that's correct. Silverman says, did you actually sign the trust documents with the defendant? Benjamin says, I brought the paperwork for him to sign. I didn't sign anything. Silverman says, who was the sole owner of that particular trust? Benjamin says it would have been David Burke. With his parents as trustees? Benjamin says that's correct. When was the last time you saw the defendant before today? He says 2024, I believe. Silverman says where? He says, I visited Houston. I was seeing another client of mine, and David's family had just purchased the Hempstead house, and I had gone over to the Cypress house and helped him move some boxes into the new house, and then we had lunch. Silverman says, when was the last time you spoke with him? He says, I think I asked him for a Chase text code maybe sometime in the end of July, beginning of August of 2025. Silverman says, no contact at all in any manner since then. He says, not with David Burke, no. Silverman says, how did you usually communicate with him? Was it by text? He says, predominantly through text, yes. Silverman says, at some point, did you switch to communicating with him through encrypted applications? Benjamin says, no, I did not. Silverman says, did you testify to the grand jury that you changed to using encrypted applications? Benjamin says, I had used applications like Signal and WhatsApp, but that's predominantly through Josh and Rob, not through with David at all. Josh and Rob are sus, and I'm not surprised. Yeah. Silverman says, did you switch to using encrypted applications such as Signal and WhatsApp to communicate with Josh Marshall and Rob Morgenroth after news came out about a deceased body in the front trunk of his Tesla? Benarski says, Your Honor, I'm going to object. Improper impeachment. The judge says, I don't see his impeachment at all, but just as it relates to the regular testimony, the court will allow it. Benjamin says, correct, yeah. I had spoken to Josh through Signal as the news broke out, yes. Silverman says, and why did you switch to using encrypted application to communicate with him at that point? Benjamin said, "It wasn't a choice on my part. Josh had called me on Signal through it, and I had answered it." Silverman says, "And then you continue to communicate with him through Signal and WhatsApp, correct?" He says, "We had various conversations through Signal on financial matters." Silverman says, "Relating to David?" He says, "Relating to his company." Silverman says, "Whose company?" Benjamin says, "Josh's." Silverman says, "Relating to David, since that was his sole client." Benjamin says, "It was finances that Josh had regardless of David and other personal affairs that he had." Yeah. Silverman says, "Okay, who did you have the most contact with between the defendant and any individual in his family?" He says, "Colleen, his mom." Silverman says, "How often would you say you communicated with her 2023 to 2025?" He says, "We talked fairly regularly." Silverman says, "What does that mean?" He says, "A couple times a week." Silverman says, 10 or more times a month? He says, "Yeah, I'd say so, yes." Silverman says, "Did you also switch to an encrypted application and speaking with her after the news came out about the dismembered body in the trunk of his car?" He says, "We had talked like once or twice through WhatsApp, a couple times through Signal. That was it." Silverman said, "So the answer to my question, yes?" He says, "Yes, but it wasn't regularly." Silverman says, "But you switched to communicate with her through an encrypted application, whether it be Signal or WhatsApp, correct?" Bednarski says, "Objection, vague as to what switched means." The court says, "Overruled. You may cross-examine." Silverman says, "Is that correct?" Benjamin says, "Yeah, we had spoken on Signal and WhatsApp." Silverman said, "After the news came out about the body being found in the defendant's trunk." He says, "Yes." Encrypted my ass. They were hiding stuff. They wanted secrecy. Love this judge. Me too. Silverman says, "And why was that?" Benjamin says, "I don't think there was ever a very specific reason one way or another. I think she was trying to find a way to communicate and figured WhatsApp or Signal was a more secure way for her to communicate, as I believe some of her information was leaked to the public." Rolling my eyes. Silverman says, "Okay, well, before that, she would either call you or FaceTime you, right?" He says, "Yeah, she'd FaceTime audio me and then have regular conversations on phone, text, because she knew they were wiretapping her pedophilic son, mhm, who groomed Celeste." Yeah, Colleen, we're throwing shots here. You're sick. Anyways, calm down now. Um, Silverman says regular. And so there was a conscious switch, just like with Josh and Rob, that you began using an encrypted app for all of you to communicate. The court says he can only testify to his state of mind, not to Miss Burke's state of mind. Silverman says yes, but that's how you continued to communicate after the news broke, correct? He says, "No, I regularly speak with Rob in normal communications today. There was a very short period of time, I believe, we were using WhatsApp and Signal together." Silverman says, "That's with respect to David, and that's the only issue I'm concerned about here today, not your other clients." He says, "Okay." Silverman says, "So again, you were speaking to these individuals, whether it was Rob, whether it was Josh, Marshall, whether it was Colleen, after the news broke out about the body being found in David's Tesla. Your communications then went through an encrypted app, correct?" He says it was not consistent. Silverman says, "Okay, so you're saying sometimes you would also talk about David on the regular phones?" He says, "Generally, yes." Silverman says, "Or text messages?" He says, "Yes." Silverman says, "When did you last see Colleen in person?" Benjamin says, "I saw her. David was opening for SZA in Miami, and I had seen her very briefly at the concert." Silverman says, "And that Benjamin says, "That was in late 2024, beginning of 2025. Really, I don't recall." Silverman says, "Okay, when was the last time you communicated with her at all?" He says, "I spoke to Colleen last week." Silverman says, "What was the nature of that communication?" He says, "It was in sourcing a new entertainment attorney." There it is. I think we covered this on the recap. Lady, your pedo son is not getting out of this. Like, dream on. Silverman says, who did you refer to, if anyone? Ms. Bednarski says, objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay irrelevant. The judge says, the court will sustain relevance objection. Silverman says, when was the last time you spoke to her before last week regarding sourcing a new entertainment lawyer? Benjamin says, a week or so prior to that, 2 weeks prior to that. She says, so you speak to her still on a regular basis? He says, yes. Are you doing any work for her still? He says, yes. Silverman says, what type of work do you do for her still? He says, just helping her right now sourcing this new entertainment attorney at this point in time. Entertainment attorney for what? Like he's going to be making music in prison? And she wants to like control that, or she thinks he's going to get out and need an like I don't understand. Moving funds to try to raise bond before he was even arrested. Alexa. Yeah. They know they're going to get sued by the Hernandez family too. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Silverman says, okay, and how much are you being paid for your work for calling in David Burke? He says, right now we're on a monthly retainer. What is that? He says, $7,500 per month. She says, how much money did the defendant generate between 2023 and 2025? Benjamin says, I would say he's roughly earned close to $10 and $11.5 million in gross earnings. Do his parents get to keep all that money, or does it stay in David's name if he's going to be in prison for life or gets the death penalty? I need to look into that. That's a shit ton of money, Mama. Mama Burke wants that all to herself. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. She's gross. If she knew that he was having sex with a child and grooming a child. Respectfully. Silverman says, did you review his contract with Interscope Records or Universal Music Group? He says, I didn't review them specifically, no. She says, you didn't? Did you know how much he was paid in advance when he signed with Interscope in 2022? Benjamin says he received, I believe it was $600,000. Silverman says, okay, did he also get an initial installment? Benjamin says he got another payment post the end of 2022 into 2023. That was a larger bulk of the money. How much was that? Says Silverman. He says 2.4 million. Silverman says also there was some type of recording fund paid to him through Interscope for things like legal fees, touring advances, tour support, things of that nature. He says, yes, that's correct. She says, what was that amount of that approximately? Ms. Bernarski says, objection, Vegas to time. The court says, overruled. He's already indicated the time period of 2023 to 2025. Benjamin says, yes, it was various amounts. Tour support is usually on request. Ms. Silverman says, what? He says, tour support is on request. Silverman says, and my question is approximately how much did he receive in his recording fund from Interscope? Benjamin says, maybe another $1 million. I don't have a specific number to it. She says, you don't know? He says, I don't know. No. The judge says, and I'm going ahead to stop you there. We're going to take our afternoon recess. It'll be a 15-minute recess. Sir, you're ordered back here in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Okay, so then they come back. We're on the record. We all have counsel present. Okay. Mr. Gregor, you remind you that you're under oath. Silverman says, now, before we broke for a few minutes, I asked you about the amount the defendant received from Interscope regarding his recording fund. And you said you thought it was maybe another $1 million, but you don't know. He says, correct. She says, you don't know because you don't remember, or you don't know because you never knew? Benjamin says, I don't remember because the amounts that were coming in, it was not consistent. They were funds that were requested upon. Silverman says, what does that mean? He says, so tour support is a great example of this. We have to submit a budget showing an actual loss to a tour in order for the label to pay us the loss of that tour. So certain tour runs might run a loss of $75,000, $100,000, and we're requesting that money at that point in time from the label. Silverman says, okay, so you said maybe he got another $1 million. Could it be as much as $4 million? He says, no. Silverman says, okay, and was he your only client, right? So how much money was he bringing in? How much money he was bringing in was of vital importance to the survival of his company, right? That you, Josh Marshall, and Rob Morganroth were running, correct? He says, correct. She says, previously you testified that you're working for Calling, now sourcing a new entertainment attorney. Who is that for? He says, for David. Silverman says, for the defendant? He says, correct. What about his younger brother, Caleb? He says, no, not for Caleb. He says, that's correct. Silverman says, oh, okay, I think you mentioned earlier that the trust account, the Thorn Rose Trust, was valued at 1.2 or 1.5, correct? He says, with the real estate assets, yes. Silverman says, could that be as much as 2 million? He says, I don't know the current value of the two homes. Silverman says, did you testify at the grand jury that the value of that account is around 2 million? Benjamin says, they had added other properties that his father owned. I don't know if they were ever moved into the trust or not. Silverman says, do you remember testifying that he had over 2 million at a Morgan Stanley trust account? He says, that's correct. Yes. He had liquid cash. Yes. She says, liquid cash. How about a secondary trust? Was there a secondary trust? He says, not that I'm aware of. No. Silverman says, did you testify at that grand jury again about a secondary trust? Benjamin says, I know his mom was setting up a new trust. Silverman says, are you talking about when you said a new trust, are you talking about the trust that you helped Colleen set up to move money around to pay for bail? Is that what you're referring to? Benjamin says she was setting up a new trust outside of the Thorn Rose Trust. She was eventually going to put the Hempstead house into this trust. I don't know if she ever did or not. Silverman says, and what was the purpose of that? He says the purpose was, Ms. Bednarski says, objection, calls for speculation as to someone else's state of mind. The court says, lay a foundation. Silverman says, sure. Did you and Colleen discuss when you might want to help her moving money around? Why you might want to help her? He said, yes. Silverman says, what was the reason for that? He says, bail. Silverman says, was there also an IRA account set up for the defendant? He says there was. How much? What's the value of that IRA? He says, nothing today. She says, why is that? He said that money was dispersed. Silverman says, to where? Benjamin says, I think it went back into his D4VD account. Silverman says, and you testified to the grand jury of the value of that account at that time, correct? That was back in February of this year? He says, correct. And what was the value of that before it was dispersed back to his D4VD account? Benjamin says, I think it was 150, I believe. Silverman said, you said there was also a trust account that was set up for Colleen and his father, Duwad? Benjamin said, Colleen had set up a new trust account. I don't know if it's been finalized yet. Silverman said, what's the value of that? Where she and her husband are the beneficiaries. He says, I don't know. She says, you don't know? He says, no. She says, how about the trust account set up for his brother and sister? What's the value of that account based on David's earning? He says, I don't believe they have an individual trust, either of them. Silverman says, do you remember testifying about that at grand jury? He says, I don't recall, no. Silverman says, do you remember testifying that Colleen and Duwad are beneficiaries of a trust along with Caleb and Emily, and that trust account had over 2 million in it? Benjamin said, yeah, that was a Thorn Rose trust account. Silverman says, okay, that was the one you said was set up for David, right? He says, David, yes, that was David's trust. Silverman says, okay, as a finance director, how much did Mogul Vision make from David as a client between 2023 and the end of 2025? Benjamin says, Josh made close to 4 million. Silverman says, and you said that company is now defunct? Benjamin says, I don't know if it's defunct or not. I believe it's still an active company. Silverman says, how is it you learned about there being a dead body in the defendant's car in LA in September of 2025 while he was out on tour? Ms. Bednarski says, objection, calls for hearsay. The judge says, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Silverman says, sure. How did you learn about it? The court says, without telling us what was said, how did you learn about it? Like internet, TV, someone called you? Benjamin says, I had received a call from Josh. He wasn't specific. I learned about the details of it through the internet. Silverman says, okay, and when Josh called you, did he call you, as you referred to earlier, using the word normal, or did he call you through an encrypted app? Benjamin says, he called me through Signal. Messy, messy, messy. Yes, I do agree. They said grand jury. I'm confused. Why both grand jury and prelim hearing? Was it for two different things? The grand jury was like a whole thing. Remember Neo had to be forced to go? I don't know, but it seems like similar information from there to here. I mean, it seems somewhat similar. Like these things had already been somewhat brought up. Silverman says, did you also speak with Robert Morgenroth while he was on tour with the defendant once you saw the news? He says, I did speak with Rob, yes. Silverman says, did you ask Rob any questions about the details of what he knew? He says, I curiously asked Rob what he knew. Silverman says, you did? He says, I did, yes. Silverman says, did you remember testifying at the grand jury that you didn't ask any questions because you didn't want to know? He says, I recall portions of that, yeah. Silverman says, is it true? Is that true, or is your testimony today true? He says, I'd say my testimony today is true. Silverman says, okay, so when you said at the grand jury that you didn't ask Rob any questions because you didn't want to know, that would not be correct. Benjamin says, I'd say that's not correct, yeah. Silverman says, okay, what questions did you ask Rob about the details? He says, I asked Rob plainly what had happened. And what did he tell you? He did tell me, yes. Silverman says, okay, how many times would you say you've spoken to Rob since he returned from that tour and the rest of the tour was canceled? Benjamin says, regularly. Silverman says, how many times? He says, how many times approximately? From September to the end of approximately September, probably a handful of times, approximately 2 or 3 times out of the month. I'd say pretty regularly, at least once a week now. Silverman says, when you testified at the grand jury that you had spoken to Rob 50 to 60 times since the tour, and that was in February of 2026, would that be correct? Benjamin says, that's correct, yes. Silverman says, okay, back in September of 2025, after the tour, the remaining portion of defendant's tour was canceled, and prior to any arrest in this case, is that when you began discussing money and bail with Colleen? He says, yes. I have to look into it, but I wonder if when he gave misinformation at the grand jury, if he could get in trouble for that or no. Hey, Coffee. Good to see you. Silverman says, was there a certain amount of bail the two of you were trying to put together? He says, I believe we were trying to raise $2 million. Silverman says, and at some point did you discuss or start to discuss putting the 2 homes that the defendant purchased to post them as collateral for bail? Benjamin says, the Cypress house was the intent to add as collateral. Yes. The Hempstead house was never supposed to be used for collateral. Silverman says, which one did you say was going to be used for collateral? He said, Cypress. Silverman says, do you remember testifying the opposite and that you used the Hempstead house was probably the one that was worth the most, and that was the one that you were using for bail? Ms. Bernarski says, Your Honor, I'm going to object. Continuing this line of questioning isn't relevant. The court overruled. The court will allow it. Benjamin says, the Hempstead house definitely had more value, but it was also where Colleen, Duwad, Caleb, and Emily were living. Silverman says, yes, but that wasn't my question. My question was, did you testify at the grand jury at the end of February of this year that you used the Hempstead house and the Hempstead house was probably the one that was worth the most? He says, we did not use the Hempstead house. Silverman says, okay, so when you testified and then we used the Hempstead house and the Hempstead house was probably the one that was worth the most, was that testimony also false? He says, I don't recall. Silverman says, well, is that true today? Because before you just testified that the only house that you discussed was a Cypress house. He says, correct. That would be true today. Silverman says, so it was false when you testified that you were also using the Hempstead house. Benjamin says, I don't recall mentioning the Hempstead house being used for collateral in terms of the bail. Silverman says, so for the court and counsel, I am looking at page 1018 from the grand jury transcript for Mr. Greger, February 23rd, 2026. Silverman says, what did you discuss? This was the question I asked you. You responded with, we discussed the potential that if a bail was to be set, that they were going to try for $2 million and that we needed to preemptively put together what collateral would be used for that. Silverman says, do you remember that? Benjamin says, correct, yes. Silverman says, and then a little further down, you said, when I asked, so you needed to come up with collateral. You answered correct. And I asked, so what did you do? and you said, Duat owns several rental properties within the Houston, Texas area. So I got a list of those properties, went on Zillow to see what the estimate value would be, and we used those numbers to send back to Blair. And then we used the Hempstead house, and the Hempstead house was probably the one that was worth the most. Question: how much is that house worth? His answer was approximately 950 grand. Do you remember that now? Says Silverman. He says, yes, I do. Silverman says, so was that correct? He says, I don't believe we ever used the Hempstead house for collateral in that evaluation. Silverman says, okay. He says, for bail. The court says, and counsel, with regard to this line of questioning, the court's giving you a lot of leeway. Silverman says, yes. The judge says it might relate to financial motive, but again, this is a preliminary hearing. So at this point, the court will sustain its own objection as far as cumulative, unless there's something of an imperative nature that has not been brought up and you want to give the court an offer of proof. Silverman says, that's all right. I'm getting to the end, Your Honor. Thank you. I appreciate the allowance the court has granted. Silverman says, and then you actually helped her move money around from checking accounts to make available for this bail, correct? He says, correct. Silverman says, and did you tell her she should change title to the properties from the defendant's name to her name? He says, yeah, we had that conversation. Silverman says, and why did you tell her she should move the properties from under the defendant's name, since they were his homes purchased with his money, to her and her name? Benjamin said, the understanding was the Hempstead house was for the family, so we moved the title. Silverman says, do you remember testifying that the reason you told her to do that was to protect the estate from any civil suit, so the victim's family wouldn't be able to obtain those or get access to that money? He says, I do recall, yes. Silverman says, did you actually prepare documents for the defendant's signature in order to transfer title from the defendant's name to his mother's name so that you could prevent any sort of civil suit by the victim's family from accessing those monies? He says, no, I did not. Silverman says, do you remember testifying that you did prepare such documents for his signature? Benjamin says, I didn't prepare any signature documents for him. She says, you didn't? He says, no, I did not. She says, did you give her a person who could prepare those documents for her to move into her name? He says, correct. Silverman says, at this point, I don't think I have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you for allowing me to explore some of these issues. We're almost done here, guys. Bednarski says, thank you. Now the cross-examination. I wonder if because they now know, and this was all brought up in court, like I wonder if they're screwed with the lawsuits. Like they know that they have that money and they're switching things around. So therefore, the judge will order that they can't claim bankruptcy or some type of shit later in the future. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Ms. Bednarski says, cross-examination. Sir, wasn't there a problem with the Hempstead house having a Texas homestead on it? So in any event, it couldn't be used for bail? He says, correct. Ms. Bednarski says, how old are you? He says, I'm 34. She says, when you began providing financial services to David, were all of your clients people in the music industry? He says, yes. Bednarski says, and you were trained in finance prior to beginning work with David, right? He says, correct. She says, and worked at a top 25 accounting firm, right? He says, I did. Bednarski says, that's a firm called Citron something. He says, Citron Cooperman? She says, and how many years had you worked for them? He says, I didn't work with Citron for very long. Prior to that, I was at two smaller boutique management firms that specialized more. First one was more in TV and film. Then I moved into the music industry in 2015 and then stayed in the music industry thereafter. So I was at Citron for 7 months before moving on to a new boutique firm. Bednarski says, so how long were you in finance before you started working with David? He says, I started my career in finance in 2013. Bednarski says, and you had met David prior to formally providing financial services, right? He says, correct. Bednarski says, you met him at a music shoot in Phoenix in around the fall or September 2022. He says, no, I did not. She says, did you meet him in 2022? He says, no, I did not. Bednarski says, was he 17 years old when you first met him? He says, I did. Correct. Yes, he was 17. Yeah. Bednarski said, and he was living with his family in Texas, correct? Silverman says, objection, this is irrelevant. The court says, overruled. Bednarski says, and that's when you first met his mom and his brother and his sister, right? Benjamin says, I had met his mom and his father. Benarski says, and you learned that this was prior to him moving out to Los Angeles, right? He says, correct. She says, and he moved out to LA in around March 2023. He says, I recall David moving at the end of 23, beginning of 24. Benarski says, and he had recently turned 18. He says, correct. Benarski says, you learned he had been homeschooled by his mom, right? Silverman says, same objection, relevance. The court says, overruled. The witness says, that is correct. Miss Benarski says, and that he had to move to LA for his music career, right? He says, correct. Benarski says, but that was his family and church were strong, but his family and church were a strong part of his social community in Texas. Silverman says, same objection. The court says, it'll be sustained to that objection. And just so it's clear, because the people went into quite a bit of detail as it relates to the witnesses dealing with Mr. Burke's family and conversations with the family as it relates to the finances, the court will allow the defense to explore his relationship with the family members. But as it relates to extraneous matters, such as who had support, who Mr. Burke, had support from, such as his family and church, that's not relevant as to this witness's relationship, financial relationship, and or any other type of relationship with Mr. Burke and his family as it relates to bearing on this witness's credibility, bias, motive, or whatever else either side wishes to argue, okay? So I hope that clarifies for both sides. Ms. Benarski says, you told us that Robert Morgan Roth was engaged to be the person who was on the ground in LA, right? He says, correct. She says, and he was really here to manage David's day-to-day, right? He says, that's correct. Benarski says, and to your knowledge, David had no family members living in LA, right? He says, correct. And that was his first independent living experience to come to LA for his music career. Benjamin says, correct. That's wild. No, she was the age that Celeste was. So it makes I see the girls in Celeste, that poor baby. I agree. Benarski says, was the purpose of you meeting his mom and dad in Texas before he moved out here to get to know the family? He says, yes, it was advised by Josh that I got to know Colleen and Duwad, specifically Colleen. Benarski says, and that was because you understood that Colleen would be handling David's finances and working with you in that regard, right? He says, correct. Benarski says, and before David started in Los Angeles with his music career, he had been an online gamer as a teenager, right? Silverman says, I'll object as relevant and also hearsay. The judge says the court will sustain on its relevant grounds. I'm not sure what that has to do with his relationship with Mr. Gregor. Ms. Benarski says, to your knowledge, in being hired to work with David as his financial director, you understood that he didn't have a prior formal experience in the music industry, right? He says, correct. Benarski says, and Josh Marshall, you told us, had brought you in to work with David, right? He says, yes. And Josh Marshall's role with David was his personal manager, right? Benjamin says, correct. So Josh was going to personally manage David's career as a musical artist, right? He says, yes. And you were going to do the finances, right? He said, yes. At that time, you had known Josh several years, right? He says, correct. I think you told us since 2016 or 2017. Benjamin says, correct. And is it a fair statement that your work with David encompassed all financial aspects of his as a musical artist? He says, correct. Now, you told us about 3 different companies that were set up for David's career. One involved his recording, one that involved his merchandise, and one that involved his publishing rights. Benjamin says, that's correct. Okay, and those were set up before you got involved with helping with the finances, right? He says, correct. And was it Colleen who had set them up? He says, correct. And those had been set up by Colleen when he was a minor, right? Silverman says, I'm going to object. That would call for hearsay. The court says, sustained. Benarski says, well, with respect to the finances that had to do with the monies he was earning or going to earn as a result of contracts, right? Benjamin says, correct. Benarski says, and costs and expenses of having that kind of career, right? He says, yes. You had to understand, even if you didn't read every contract line by line, you had to understand what these various relationships were that would generate various sums of money, right? He says, yes, correct. Benarski says, and did you understand that any contracts having to do on David's behalf with him before he turned 18 would require special provisions because the guardian would have to essentially protect the minor. He says, that's correct. She says, and I can't recall. So clarify for us, did you bring in Rob Morgenroth or did Josh? He says, Josh did. Bednarski says, but you knew or you came to know that Josh had experience in the travel business, right? Benjamin says, Rob did. I'm sorry, did I say Josh? He says, yes, I apologize for that. And Rob had experience in the travel business helping musical artists with their tour arrangements, right? He says, correct. And he owned a travel agency that worked on tour logistics, right? He says, that's correct. Were you living in Florida? He says, yes. And Rob lived in Florida when you first met him, right? He says, no, I met Rob prior to that. I'm not sure where he was living. So maybe Rob knew about the traveling. This is nuts. I know. I know, Coffee. It is nuts. She says, okay. He says, and at that time, she says, but at some point in early 2023 or in 2023, he moved out to manage David, right? Benjamin says, from the day-to-day perspective, yes. Bednarski says, in management of a musical artist's day-to-day schedule includes going to meetings, right? Silverman says, I'll object. That would call for speculation given that's not his job. The court says, sustained. You want to rephrase the question? She says, sure. You understood that Rob was being paid for his management duties, right? She says, correct. And did Mogul Vision directly pay Rob Morgenroth or did David's businesses? He says, Mogul Vision. She says, and did you understand from the financial documents that you reviewed that the musical career involved recording sessions and video shoots? He says, yes. She says, and involved interviews and meetings? Yes. And involved tours and performances? Yes. And did you understand it was Robert Morgenroth's job to manage the heavy day-to-day schedule of David's music career? He says, yes. In your capacity as David's business or financial director, did you have knowledge of the house that David was, or Mogul Vision was leasing the house that David was staying in LA? He says, yes. She says, and you understood that 50% of those leasing costs were paid for by David's business, right? He says, yes. Specifically, Colleen would pay the bill, right? Benjamin said she would approve it, yes. Bednarski said she would approve it. And although the lease had been arranged by Mogul Vision, you set up the utility services for that rental house, right? He says, I recall, yes. She says, David did none of these things for himself. Obtain the lease, arrange a lease, set up utility. Is that right? He says, correct, yes. Now, before one of your big responsibilities of your job was accounts payable, right? He says, correct. Because we've talked about a recording artist who was performing and touring generate a lot of costs and expenses, right? He said, yes, it does. And requires a lot of service providers and equipment. He says, correct. Touring buses, lighting, audio, insurance, all of that. He says, correct. And all of that is a lot to keep track of, right? He says, yes. She says, and to pay on time, right? He says, yes. And to pay promptly so that these tours and these performances occur in time, right? He says, correct. It was part of your job to determine, well, would these bills come through to you from Rob Morgenroth? He says, correct. I think Rob knew a lot and knew exactly what was going on with Celeste, in my opinion. She says, and they'd also come directly sometimes from vendors. He says, correct. And it was part of your job to look at these bills and determine if the services were provided, right? He says, correct. And if they were reasonable, right? He says, yes. And if you saw a crazy bill that didn't seem right to you about what the actual service would have been, you would have questioned it, right? Silverman says, I'm going to object, Your Honor. At this point, it's irrelevant. The judge says, I'll allow it. The witness says, yes. Bednarski says, and to make sure that there is money there to pay those bills, right? He says, yes. She says, and so you had access to all of David's business accounts, right? He says, correct. And so did his mom, Colleen, right? He says, yes. And you had no ongoing direct contact with David about his bills and expenses, right? He says, correct. Or about his income, right? He says, correct. Colleen was your contact with respect to the financial management of David's career, right? That is correct. They can try to use that like, oh, he didn't know, blah, blah, blah. I call bullshit. He definitely knew how much he was making and he would talk to his mom about it, whether they were wiretap those calls or not. I'm sure of it. Like, let's not play. David knew exactly what was going on with his money. She says, and now even the prosecutor bought out, even though she may not have been formally trained in accounting, she could use QuickBooks, right? He says, yes. And you helped her with that, right? He says, yes. And she got better at it, right? He says, I'm not sure. And she became more familiar. Did you feel that she managed the bookkeeping adequately? He said, no. Did you speak with her a lot in order to make sure that things were being paid on time? He said, yes. And you told us that Colleen was paid a salary to do this work that she did through David's company, right? He says, correct. And would you, in order to help her and help her do her job well, prepare summaries of the expenses? He says, yes. And you'd send those to her, right? He says, correct. You didn't send those summaries to David, right? He says, no, I did not. And I think you told us that it was Colleen who would approve the payment of bills, right? He says, yes, correct. And if so, if you reviewed a bill and you determined it needed to be paid, you would talk to her, make sure that she understood what it was for, and get her approval, right? He says, correct. And you had access to David's bank accounts for the purpose of making payments, right? He says, that's correct. And she did too, right? He says, yes. You almost never spoke to David about bills and expenses, right? He says, that's correct. I think you told us at one point there was kind of a code that you needed for him that had been sent to his phone. Was that highly unusual? He says, correct. It was not normal. The court says, let me stop you there. Benarski says, we're going to go ahead and break for the day. So he says it was not normal about the code. So that means the mom was making changes or someone to accounts. That is wild. I need to get the other couple days of these transcripts. Wow, we've been live for almost 5 hours. That's actually insane. That's actually like crazy. Shout out to you guys who stuck around and were here the whole live. That is wild. His text messages speak to his mom knowing of Celeste what she knew was a question. I think she knew a lot. She was bringing up sex between them, so she must have known a lot. They want to say he didn't know about his money because he's been charged with the motive of financial gain. It's one of the circumstances that may qualify him for DP. Yeah, no, he totally knew what was going on with his money. I wouldn't believe that for a second. Yeah, Miamix, we just finished. Yeah, this case is absolutely mind-blowing. Yeah, it is. If I get those other transcripts for the remainder of the days, I probably won't read them all in full because 4.5 hours is a long time. It's been that long. Yes, it has. I know. It's because we've been enthralled in this freaking transcript. There's a lot going on in this case, but I'm going to do another David live maybe tomorrow. I was supposed to start Kenzie today, but I wanted to get this one out of the way. I'm going to try to get the other days. They're expensive. And people are weird about sharing, which I don't understand why, but anyways, I'm not going to get into it here. Because if you get money, I just don't understand what the problem is. But anyways, regardless, Kenzie transcripts are coming up. I might do that tomorrow. Ooh, Vicky, hope you had fun. What an amazing job, Melly. Thank you, Debbie. So we're going to continue to deep dive the David stuff. We had been doing that prior to me getting thrown into Kenzie pretty heavily, which we're still going to continue. I am in no way done with the Mackenzie Shirilla case, although everyone thinks, it's over because now we're waiting and blah, blah, blah. No, there's a lot we need to revisit. Time flies when you're hooked. Yes. So I will do another David live coming up. We didn't do the members only today because now it's too late. Now it's here. So I promise members only 2 times, 2 members only coming up because I didn't do it 1 week. And so this week I need to do it. So I was looking for these transcripts and you did amazing commentary. Thank you, Melly. Thank you, Leonardo. The prelim day showing their text leading up to his final text is an informative one for sure. I want to get them all. So they are very costly, but I'm glad I came across you, Melly, in your amazing community. Thank you, Renee. Courtney Renee, for being here. We appreciate you. Yeah, I'll try to get them all. I know I have all the Kenzie ones, so I don't have to worry about that. But um, I'll try to get the remainder of the days. If not, we'll still continue to cover this case. RIP Celeste Rivas Hernandez. I'll pop in and out of David content, but it's fantastic. They're expensive for sure. Yeah, they are. And people on YouTube are weird sometimes. We can talk about that on an after dark. I might come back tonight. I wanted to do Lindsay Clancy, so let me know if you're going to be awake or you're going to bed, because it might be late for some of y'all, but it's still early here. Melly, have you read the text? Yes, I read the text in another live when I did recaps of the preliminary hearing, because I did do recaps of the preliminary hearing, but then they wouldn't give out transcripts until it was completely over. So I did read the text messages. We covered Chop Ross, his live on the text messages, but I plan on going through them again on the next live. So there's a couple things I found with music videos and stuff like that that I want to review for this case. I'm awake now, even though I'm a night owl. Okay, well then I might come back and do Lindsay Clancy, although we might have to split that one in two for sure. It's 11:37 here. If I don't come back and do Lindsay, I might come back and do a hangout, or I might come back and we can do half of the next day for Lindsay Clancy, because I really need to get caught up. Thanks for going through this. Yeah, thanks to you guys for hanging out. Please make sure you hit the like button. I'm going to eat a snack and then I will maybe be back. So I will see you then. Thank you all for being here and hanging out. Jen, thanks for being here. I appreciate you guys. Yes, it's 8:37 where I am at too, Leonardo. So it's a little bit earlier and it is Saturday night. So yeah, I probably will come back. I appreciate you guys for being here. Please make sure you hit the like button. Shout out to the replay viewers. I appreciate you guys as well. See you in the next one.